This is Ashley and Taylor. Ashley is on the left, Taylor's on the right. The two are good friends, or were good friends. Taylor, on the right, had been married to a man named Jeff. They had a child together, they went through a divorce, and were in the middle of a custody battle when Taylor went missing. Soon before she went missing, she had taken $100,000 out of their mutual account against court orders and split it up amongst some of her friends and asked them to hold it for her until she needed it. At this time, Taylor was dating a woman named Cassandra. She'll come into this later, as will Jeff. But what you're about to see is Ashley being questioned about her friend's disappearance and if she can lend any assistance to trying to find her.
Because while she was looking for that, I was talking to James about things that we needed to do and get done and stuff at the office because he helps me out with, moving machines and things like that when I needed to.
What were the rest of your plans today? So where'd you go next?
We went back to my house, I believe.
So, this is the last day that she spent with.
Oh, sorry.
So you went back to Raintree.
Right.
And what was your purpose for going back there?
To get any of the papers that I have for her and the money and stuff for her.
So the money was being kept at your house.
Right.
How long had the money been being kept there?
It was only there for a few days.
Where was it at before that?
Taylor had it.
Okay. So this whole thing about a safety deposit box of yours, anything about that?
Well, Taylor wanted to get a safety deposit box initially, but she didn't want her name or anything to be on anything that Jeff could find.
Sure.
So I was like, we'll just keep it and give it to you or whatever, because I don't know why she didn't keep it. She has a safe.
Yeah, so it's odd.
And I don't know if it had to do with she didn't want cats involved with any. I don't know. It's hard to say what was going through her head because I don't know why she was doing a lot of the stuff that she was doing.
So you had the money do you recall what day and how that conversation was brought up? Like, hey, 30 grand, keep it, it's cool.
So it was only 20 and then she had other cashier's checks.
So it was 20 grand and other cashier's checks.
Right.
Do you know how much money in cashier's checks it was?
Not really. I didn't really look at them.
So you don't know if it was like $500 cashier's checks or $50,000 cashier's checks?
My understanding was they were like large amount checks.
What's large? Because
like probably 30 or 40,000.
that's large. That's more than that's what I make in a year, so that's pretty large.
Yeah.
It's large, because some people are different, yeah.
Because she had taken out money, which I don't know what she did with, before in cashier's checks from Navy Federal. And she was pretty furious about, actually I was with her that day, she had like an $80-something thousand cashier's check, and
When was that?
maybe in August. And she wanted to get all the cash, and they wouldn't give it to her.
I don't have that much cash in a bank.
Probably not. And so I don't know why she wanted it or what she was going to do with it or whatever.
Do you recall when that was?
Not specifically, but
I mean, are we talking like months back or?
no, probably sometime in August.
Okay. That she went to the bank and was asking for 80 grand.
Yeah,
Did you take her?
I was with her.
What bank was that?
Navy Federal.
Which branch?
Davis and Langley.
Sure, we go through branch, they probably.
Oh, she was really rude, like, to the people. Like, I mean, I'm sure they will remember because, like, she was kind of nasty to them.
Okay.
Did she get any cash that day?
She got, I think, 15,000 is what they would give her.
They put the rest back in more cashier's check.
And then my understanding is she went the next day and got more cash. I wasn't with her, but that's what they told her she could do, and that's what she was doing,
So she was just going back, trying to get as much cash as she could out of this cashier's check.
I guess. But I don't know what she was doing with it.
And all this was in August.
Probably in July, August, yeah.
And how did the conversation come up with her leaving the money at your house?
She just asked me if I would keep it.
And how did that go? Yeah, okay, or?
I mean, she was always there, so I mean, I really didn't mind. And I mean, our neighborhood is an easy neighborhood. We hardly have any kind of issues or whatever there. But I don't understand why she wasn't putting it in her safe, because she had the safe at Amber's house.
No.
And then she was moving it to Cass's.
Did she move the safe to Cass's?
Well, it went there, but then I don't know why they ended up not taking it out of the truck. But of course, now it's all at my office.
The safe is at your office?
Yeah, all of that junk is at my office.
Do you know what's in that safe?
I don't. Like, when we moved it, it was open and popped in, like, when we were trying to put it in the truck, it popped open, and then she ended up closing it, but I don't think there was anything in it because the door popped open. But whether she had all that other cash that she had taken out before in there, I don't know, but it was with her at that house. That's one I know.
At Amber's?
At Amber's.
Okay. So let's go back. You were at the warehouse on Pace. Y'all were there for about 30 minutes. Where did y'all go after that?
Back to my house.
Back to your house. Do you recall what route you may have taken?
No. Probably very few.
Same little back up?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're going there to get what?
The cash for her.
Okay. So did y'all end up getting that?
Yeah.
And then where'd you go?
We went back to Cass's house.
Then you went from Rangetree to Berkeley. How long were you at your house at Rangetree?
Not very long. Maybe 20 minutes or so.
And then y'all went to Berkeley.
Right.
Was Cass there?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. What'd y'all do there?
I sat in the truck. Taylor went inside. She said she needed to get some papers. And that's, I think, when she got her other bag. And she brought a couple, like, boxes out to the truck.
So she went and got a bag. What was in the bag? Like when you say a bag, like a garbage bag or duffel bag?
No, like a little, sort of like a tactical bag.
Okay. She never opened it up. Okay. She came out, y'all left. Where'd you go after that?
We went to right by one of the houses that she was looking at,
And where was that at?
off of Beulah Road.
Do you recall where that house was on Beulah Road?
I wasn't paying attention. I was talking on the phone doing work stuff when she was,
Could you find that house again if you wanted to?
maybe, but I don't know. Like, I really wasn't paying attention. She just wanted to drive by and see if cars were there, so I didn't really even pay attention to what house it was.
Okay. Did she ever mention any names of the person she was working with? You said, I think when I talked to you last time, y'all stopped somewhere.
At the gas station.
out in Beulah.
Right.
Was that before going to that, by the house or after?
It was after.
Okay.
So the house she was looking at is gonna be somewhere between Mobile Highway and 9 Mile on Beulah Road.
So how did y'all, do you recall how y'all got from Berkeley to Beulah Road?
We went Mobile Highway. We went probably Fairfield to Mobile Highway.
Straight down
Straight
the road
out.
all the way?
Yeah.
So y'all went down Beulah Road. The house was somewhere between Beulah and
Mobile.
90, or no,
Mobile and 9 Mile, yeah.
Yeah, on Beulah. And then y'all did what you had to do with that house?
Well, we just drove by. She was looking for a vehicle.
Okay. And then you went to...
And that's when we went to the gas station there to get a drink.
Okay. Went to the store. What y'all do at the store?
She was on the phone, and I went in the store, got a drink, and got her another beer.
How much had she been drinking that day?
She had a Yeti type cup thing full of beer.
I mean, was she like intoxicated? Like,
She didn't seem to be, but I mean, I don't drink at 10 o'clock in the morning either, so I don't.
sure. I mean, did she seem like she was getting a little buzzed?
Not really. I mean, I didn't think so.
Have you ever seen her drinking at that time of day before?
No.
That was odd behavior.
And in fact, I said something to her. I was like, beer at this time of the morning? She's like, well, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. I'm like,
It's a perfect response for any argument. Well,
I'm like, real. Well, thank you.
sweet. That's an awesome argument.
Yeah.
So,
I didn't even really know her to really drink much. Like, she's never drank much around me, other than maybe like a beer with dinner or something like that. Like, I've never seen her drunk or.
okay. So, you left the store and went where?
That's when we went to go look at to see if, I guess, the vehicle was at the residence on Scenic Highway.
Okay, so you went down Mobile Highway, then you went to the store, then you went and looked at the residence.
No, we drove past whatever house she was looking at on Beale Road,
Mm-hmm.
and then we went to the store, and then we went to see if because the vehicle she was looking for was at a residence on Scenic Highway.
On Scenic, okay.
Yeah.
Then how'd y'all get to Scenic?
The interstate.
That's like the interstate from Beulah?
Yeah.
Interstate to Beulah to Scenic. Did she point out the house? Did y'all pull in driveway, anything like that?
No. I mean, she just wanted to drive by. I mean, I guess she was just looking for a vehicle.
Do you recall where that house was?
It's north of the interstate, somewhere right around Mackey Cove.
Or from the 90, I think.
Yeah,
And to your knowledge, this was an insurance type case?
that was my understanding.
Did you ever feel like she was being, like, deceitful about that?
Not really, but I really wasn't paying much attention. You know.
And the reason I ask these questions is because if it's just an insurance type fraud or some guy saying, oh, I hurt my leg, getting a little money, I'm not saying that person's like harmless, but I would say that there's probably less danger than if she was investigating something else or other things.
She's never told me that she's investigated any kind of like infidelity cases or criminal type cases. I know that she said that she was getting, what kind of case did she call it? And you'd have to check with the people that she worked for. I can't remember. She was getting some new type of case, but I didn't get the impression that this was that case.
Okay.
Whatever she said was to the effect that the attorneys, I guess, that she was working for, whatever, she was gonna start doing some other type of casework other than just the insurance stuff.
Okay. So, you drove by there on scenic, then where?
And then that's when we went to the farm.
Okay. Now, was the farm something that was a planned thing?
No, she just said she wanted to drink a beer, and we had talked about the farm because when they had gone, Cass and Drake and Taylor had gone to visit her mom, I guess, in Tallahassee not that long before, and they were talking about, they have animals and goats and all that stuff. And this was a family farm that I had, and so she was like, well, let me see, because her mom has stuff like that, and so we just drove out there, and she was just going off steam, I guess, and drinking beer, and we were just hanging out. I mean, it really wasn't a very odd day.
Yeah.
I didn't get the impression she was upset about the Jeff situation, but, it wasn't unusual for Taylor to call me and be like, hey, do you just want to come ride around with me today, or whatever. And most of the time I didn't because I had to work, but she'd call and say, I just want to come hang out, and get bored and sitting at home, I guess, and whatever. She was a strange girl.
Okay. Had y'all made plans, or prior to that day, had y'all made plans of what you were going to be doing that day?
Not really. I mean, we talked about her, she wanted to get the money and stuff, and she wanted me to review some case documents or something that she had to make sure that she had typed it out right or whatever. But aside from that, we were supposed to go pick up the TV, but I don't know.
Not off the mom.
Right, and I don't know what the situation with that was. I knew about a week before there was some issue with money with her not wanting to pay for a deposit or there were some bad deals between her and Amber, that she had talked about, but I don't really know what it was. Other than I do know that it had to do with some sort of deposit, and Amber thought that Taylor owed her money. And I think that's why she's still holding the TV.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's why Taylor wasn't wanting to go get the TV that day or not. But there was some issue to that. And Cass was there when we talked about it. I mean, I think they thought that she owed them for electrical or for mess, but
Sure.
Whatever it was.
Okay. You say that that day she'd asked to get that money was part of one of the things that she wanted is to get the money from your place.
Right.
Had she asked before that at any point to go get the money?
Yeah, and I had been super busy that week because of what we had done before that, the week before, and I had just 8 million things going on. We were actually supposed to do it the day that she had the box truck moving it, and then they ended up just doing all that instead of.
So that week before, you just been busy, so you couldn't take her to get the money.
And she was gonna come by the house. I told her to come by the house, and everybody was just running around and doing whatever. So.
And how long was the money at the house?
Probably just a couple weeks.
Okay. Do you own a safety deposit box?
I don't.
Or does Zach have a safety deposit box?
No.
Okay. Who do y'all bank with?
Wells Fargo.
Which branch do you use?
I use the downtown branch.
Where does Zach use?
He never really banks, but downtown would be probably where he would go, or the Bayou branch.
Okay. Do you know anyone that works for Wells Fargo?
Randy Allred.
Randy Ard. Is that a male or female?
Male,
Randy Ard. Which branch does he work at?
the downtown branch.
Okay. Have you ever visited any other Wells Fargo's or frequented any other Wells Fargo's?
Not really.
Have you ever been to the Wells Fargo out in Bellevue?
I have.
Okay. Have you ever had a safety deposit box there?
No. They closed theirs, and that's the one that Taylor wanted to go get a safety deposit box at. But then all this stuff went crazy with the Jeff situation.
Okay. Do you know anyone that works there?
I don't.
Okay. When was the last time you've been to the Wells Fargo over in Bellevue?
Probably the week that we were there. Taylor and I went by there because she wanted to find out about when they closed the safety deposit box was there.
What did they say?
I think they said July.
They closed it in July?
Mm-hmm.
When did you learn that they had closed it?
I don't think at that branch, so anything that I would do would be downtown.
Okay.
And I don't know why she wanted to make it seem like she had a safety deposit box.
That's what's very peculiar to me. That's why I'm asking these questions, because it's come out that there was a safety deposit box apparently in your name. And I don't care if you have one or not. It's not that it's peculiar that folks are telling us that there was one, and that she has been telling people that she has one.
But she wanted to get one. And then she wanted to get us to get one together. So I don't know why the whole deal really occurred.
Why would she want you to get one together? That's odd.
I have no idea. Everything that she does is kind of but I mean, she would call me and be like, well, let's go do this. Let's go do that. And then she'd call and change her mind. And she'd be like, well, I'm going to text you this. Okay. I mean, so everything, the only way I can take it is she was very, very upset about what was going on with court. And I mean, I know she was trying to hide money from the Jeff situation, but.
And understand, that's a civil matter. That's not something that we're concerned about.
Oh, I know.
I don't care if she was hiding $1 million from Jeff. I'm not Jeff.
No, I know.
She's not hiding money from me.
But like, I wouldn't have to have anything to do with this if she wasn't trying to. I mean, this is a pain in the ass for me,
Sure,
you know?
Sure, and all of us.
Well, I mean, it really is, because like now I'm stuck with all of her stuff at my office, and, you know, even before all this goes on, she's got the truck for a week and this and that. I mean, just trying to help her. And of course, the story that I get is a very sob story about how Jeff's taken all this money and he took all this stuff from her, and now she's just, you know, trying to hide it and move it and do all kind of just shady stuff with it. And like, she's overinflating credit cards and stuff, like putting extra money on credit cards. I mean, who does that?
Like paying more.
Right,
than the bill.
like paying more than
So if you owe $500 total, she pays more than $500.
like $2,000 or something, just
So
adding
she has like $1,500 credit.
credit. Yeah.
Mention this, and we may not have told you this. What you tell us stays in here, okay? Well, our main goal is to find.
No, and I understand.
Yeah.
She just.
We're not. I don't know. You don't want to appear you are that like you're trying to hold back anything or don't want to tell something that's going to be embarrassing. Whatever. Just whatever you tell us stays in here, and we're not trying to. I guess we are prying into y'all's relationship because we want to know everything we can know
Oh,
about
and I
her.
totally understand. It's just
We want to
hard
find her.
and it's hard for me because I guess I didn't know who she was until a lot of this, because what I knew her to be was one thing, and now what I'm finding out is
We're hearing that.
something totally different.
She appears to confide in you a lot, though.
Well, and that's the thing that, like, I don't understand. Like, I thought we were very close, but then yet I don't know about this Ginger situation with Alexi until the day it comes up. But I didn't know her to be, like, to lie to me, you know, and she was, in fact, that day that all that happened, she was like, you know, I felt bad for Cass, but it hurt me that I lied to you about the drugs and whatever else. And I'm like, well, you know, that's not anything that you can't fix. I mean, you did drugs a couple times, okay, it's bad, but stop.
Was your husband home then? Did he hear all this?
No, he wasn't there that day.
Did he know every detail of y'all's relationship and last time y'all hung out and all that stuff?
He probably doesn't, because
That's probably
he
a good thing then.
gets angry with me. He would get angry with me for hanging out, because he's like, stop helping her, stop helping her, stop helping her. And I'm like, because I just didn't see her as a bad person. I mean, maybe
She may not be. She may not be.
but maybe I was too naive, whatever, I don't know. I just felt like the way that she put everything to me was like she was just trying to get her life together, to get her kid, to get back on her feet, and that Jeff had done so much, you know, to her to take away all of this money that she had and everything else. It just was. And so, of course, I feel bad for her, and I'm like, okay, well, do whatever you need me to do, you know, I'll help you, because I feel like she was kind of alone other than, you know, Cass, and
She wasn't really.
I've known her, you know, a little bit longer, you know, than Cass has, and so, you know, I was willing to help her, but then half the stuff that I thought to be true, now I find out isn't true, but, or allegedly isn't true. I mean, I don't know, because everybody has it's like a wild roller coaster of stories, and I'm just like, are you kidding? You know, every day Cass will call and be like, well, this is the new thing for today, and this is the new person of the day, and no, her dad's not dead, and know this, and I'm like,
Yeah.
how do you piece through it?
Yeah. Just to finish up that last day, you went and took this scenic highway north, and then from there you went to the farm.
Right.
The farm is where?
It's off of Highway 90 in Milton.
And that's the address you provided me.
Right.
And who owns that farm?
My aunt.
Okay. I think, did you send me that number?
I did.
I believe you did, yeah. Highway 90 in Milton owns the farm. Okay. And y'all were out there for how long?
Probably maybe an hour.
Maybe an hour?
Yeah.
And then from there you went
Back to my house.
back to your place. Do you recall what route roughly?
It was interstate, Fairfield.
Interstate. Back to Rain Tree.
So Taylor was still with you?
Yeah.
So, and you two were alone?
Yeah.
And when y'all get back to Rain Tree, can you kind of describe to me what the mood was like, the conversation was like?
She was fine. She just said that she wanted to go have a beer and that she was going to get an Uber to take her to go have a beer. And I said, well, I can just drop you back off at your car. And she's like, well, I don't want to drive.
Mm-hmm. So she denied your assistance, I guess, your help?
Yeah, I mean, because I was willing to take her. I mean, she doesn't live far from my house, so.
Did she ever mention anything about having a friend come pick her up?
She didn't, but, I mean, I couldn't tell you if she was going to, or, you know what I mean, if she really had an Uber come, or if it was somebody that was picking her up.
Mm-hmm.
Because when we got back, Zach and I were supposed to go out to dinner. We ended up going to, and I had to go pick up my Jeep. That's why I was in his truck, because the lady that works for me had my Jeep that day. And of course, she's been avoiding Zach because he doesn't want anything to do with her. And so I went inside, and when I came back out, she had already gone.
Okay.
Where's all her bags at?
Well, she left the stuff in my car, or in Zach's truck, and when I didn't hear from her later, you know, until Cass didn't hear from her, and then so I called Cass. I'm like, hey, I have this stuff that she left in here, and I knew it was expensive stuff. I'm a soft-top cheap, so I'm not leaving stuff like that in it, you know. So I'm like, hey, can I bring this stuff over to you? Because she left the stuff in my truck, and so that's when I took it over to Cass.
And what was her attitude like?
Cass's, she just was kind of irritated with Taylor, but I mean, everybody kind of was, because she was, I didn't think any of it, because like I said, she had been drinking all day, and I was kind of like, you know, just in one of those moods, and saying that, you know, she just wanted to chill out or whatever. And I don't know if she was frustrated with just moving into Cass's. She was really torn about moving into Cass's. Not because I think that they had any issues, but, you know, there was all the infidelity mess.
Mm-hmm.
And Taylor, and I told Cass this, and I didn't, you know, wasn't trying to hurt her feelings, but and I had a conversation, because Taylor can be wild. Cass is not wild. Cass is not a
I think she's really reserved.
party person. She's very quiet. She's pretty, and, you know, I know Taylor to want to go party and have fun and whatever. I don't know. And so I asked her, I said, you know, when she was talking to me about moving in with Cass, she said, what do you think? And I'm like, well, are you going to stay? You know, because I've seen her, you know, bounce between people. It's kind of a big step to move in with somebody, you know.
Well, yeah.
And especially coming off, like, the infidelity stuff, I mean, like, okay, are you going to stay? Is this just another little deal? And she's like, I don't know, I'm going to try. But, I mean, Cass is the most reserved person I've ever seen her around. I didn't have a lot of faith that they would stay together,
Cool.
just based on Taylor's behavior, not Cass's behavior. I think that Cass is a good person, you know, and she's probably really good for Taylor. Taylor kind of tends to go to the wild side of more of a fun side, and so that's why I asked her, I'm like, you know, if you're going to move in, are you going to settle down? She said, I'm going to try. So
Has she expressed any interest in leaving Cass at any time?
she just,
Or was unhappy? Or?
I don't think Taylor was 100%. I know that she was really irritated about the house stuff. I got the impression that it probably wasn't going to be long term, only because she's like, she wants me to pick out this and this and this, and it's not my house, and I'm not going to be there. And I'm like, what do you mean you're not going to be there? She's like, well, you just can't say. And I'm like, but Taylor, this is what we're talking about. Like, are you staying? What, you know? I don't know.
And it's awkward question, but again, like Chad said, this all stays in this room. Had you and Taylor ever,
No.
had she ever come on to you, or?
Taylor asked me one time if I would have a threesome with her and some guy. And I'm like, no, thank you.
And when was that?
Probably a week before that day.
So recent.
Yeah.
You know who the guy was?
I
Did
don't
she say?
know. She didn't say.
Did she show you a picture?
No, I just told her, like, I'm like, not my thing.
Yeah. Any other times she brought up that?
Not to me. I mean, she's never been out of the way with me or anything before.
And that was approximately, so she had, around the 1st
somewhere in there.
Okay. And how did that conversation, were y'all like hanging out, or she like hit you up or call you and say?
No, we were together. I think it may have been the day that we were moving stuff. Either the day or the day before that we were moving all of our stuff.
She just randomly popped up with this, or was there like a conversation leading up?
No, it was just like, hey, by the way.
Think she's being serious, or think she's
Oh, she was serious.
She was serious.
Yeah, for sure. Because they caught me off guard. I was like, what? No, thank you.
Okay. And again, this statement here,
know.
you know, this is for purposes of locating her. It's not for purposes of us sharing with anyone else, period. In fact, it doesn't even have to go on any sort of documentation. If it helps us locate her, we find her and she's all good, how we got to that step's really irrelevant.
She said nothing about the guy's name or how old he was, or white or black, Hispanic, or anything like that?
She just said he's hot and her type.
Okay. What's her type?
The only way that I know that is, like, I know that she does like super buff, like military type, you know, hard body type people. Tall, muscular. And those are the types of people that she showed me, like when she was going out with people in Destin, that she was seeing.
Do you recall if she had spoke to a guy that day?
I didn't really pay much attention to her. Like, honestly, like, Taylor talks so much. She is a very, like, over-talker. I just kind of sometimes just tune her out and going about my business. Because I get a lot of business. Well, you see how my phone is.
Yeah.
I have a lot of, like, constant whatever. And so a lot of times when we're together or whatever. And she just, you know, would say she wanted company or whatever. She'd just stop by the house if I was there. And I, you know, still continue doing my thing, and she would do hers. She'd even come by the house, like, if she was bored and trying to type over board or whatever, and swing by there and just type it just so she wasn't sitting at Cass's by herself or at Esley's by herself. And, I mean, I didn't mind. It just...
Has she ever mentioned Cass being jealous that y'all were hanging out so much?
No.
Has your husband ever expressed concern or not interest, but just jealousy that y'all hang out a lot?
No, he just didn't want me to hang out with her. Like, I don't see Zach as being jealous of me hanging out with her.
Have you ever used y'all as being intimate?
No.
Okay.
No.
Would he care if he found out that y'all were, or heard from someone that y'all were?
No, he wouldn't care. He'd probably be like, it's cool. I mean, he's a guy. I mean, come on. He'd be like, can I watch, you know, or something like that. I mean, realistically, that's what he would do.
I guess we are prime. We have to look at every aspect and every angle to see.
No, I know.
Have to. Because again, if it turns out that some one of these 10,000 people on Facebook made a suggestion or a comment, and we didn't even follow up on that, and it turned out to be something real, or some person called in with the lead, one of these 10,000 people called in with a lead.
Well, that's the weird thing about, like, that person that, like, Cass called that lady back. I don't know if she told you when she and I were sitting there at my house. And the lady's like, this is Taylor. And then she's like, oh, this is Maria. And we're like, what?
Mm-hmm.
And Cass is like, because Cass had it on speakerphone. And she's like, well, have you seen her? She's not here right now. Or she said something to that effect. It was never like, no, I don't know her. Or no, like, who are you talking about? It was just a really weird conversation. I think that's the one that ended up turning out to be somebody that ended up asking for money.
Yeah, she did.
Y'all gonna get a bunch of those.
I mean, it was really strange. But
And
she just happened to be at my house at the time, Cass, and we were sitting there listening to it, and we're like, you know, what the hell?
Yeah, that's why I don't always necessarily agree with these Facebook posts. I guess I'm sure Brian had good intentions.
Oh, I'm sure,
But you can see the problem that it can stir up, because now there's all these people that we have to chase down that could be just looking for attention or looking for some, thing.
I mean, to me and Cass, it was like that too, because we're like, most people would say, if you call them, hey, is this Taylor? Or do you know Taylor? no, I don't know who that is, you have the wrong number, I'm sorry, or something to that effect. But the conversation was much longer than that, so we're thinking, okay, well, is this the other number, or is, is this somebody that knows her, or whatever? And so we leave there thinking, like, okay, well, maybe this is, and then Cass later calls and tells me that this person starts asking her for money. I'm like, what in the world, I mean, don't waste everybody's time.
Well, you can rest assured that is exactly what's going to happen when you have this many crazy people do this stuff.
You say there's not a safety deposit box. Obviously, we're going to follow up with Wells Fargo to see. We're not going to find one in your name or your husband's name.
No.
Or one that you've gone to, or they've allowed you to have access to. Okay.
Do you know who harmed Taylor?
No, I don't. I don't know that she's been harmed.
Did you harm her?
No, I didn't.
You know if Cass has harmed her?
No. I wouldn't think so. Like, I don't believe Taylor's been harmed. I think Taylor's doing what Taylor does. But I don't know, the only thing that I can think, Taylor is a very tough person. She's always come across as being tough and never made it anything other than, she's always carrying weapons, whether it's knives or guns or whatever. She's not an easy target. She seems to always have everything together to a degree. The only thing I worry about is with the drug situation. Like, I wouldn't even, if I didn't know about the drug situation, I wouldn't be worried about her. I would say Taylor's doing what Taylor does. But then that lifestyle becomes a different group of people.
Sure.
Which is what I worry about with her.
Sure. And we don't know that she ever had intentions on leaving. Maybe she wanted to go have fun, and then someone found her with a bag full of cash. And that's why we have to follow down every single avenue and ask all these
Also about all vacation spots and all that stuff. Have you talked to her about it?
We didn't get into that.
Did she ever talk about where she would go if she wanted to hide?
She never talked to me about hiding. She talked to somebody, I don't remember who else, maybe it was Cass, that she could just disappear if she wanted to. The only places I know her to go is Vegas, Savannah, Georgia, Destin. I think her mom lives somewhere around Tallahassee. I know she has friends in Jacksonville. I know that on her way to North Carolina when she took Drake back, she wanted to stop in Jacksonville, Florida, and Savannah, Georgia. And I don't think Cass wanted her to visit whoever was in either of those two towns.
One second, please. Just a second. I was just fixing something. We're just fixing something really quickly. Oop. A little bit too far that time. Okay. There. That'll just happen. Oh my god. Just one moment. Just one moment. I know I'm driving you guys crazy. I apologize. I apologize. Is this it? It might be it. Yeah, she's still in her let me fix this very quick. At 41, right? 41. 41-ish. I do apologize. I had to fix that sheet. You will be patient. You didn't even know you were a sub here, really? Yes, sometimes Birdie's the only one in there. So funny. Okay, so that's good. I gotta get rid of this little thing. I thought I did this beforehand, but I just noticed that I didn't, so I must fix it before we go on. I don't want it to be jacked up. How is everybody this evening while you wait for me to do editing? I do apologize. Yeah, Kim, it's a good one. It really is. It is very, very, very interesting. And again, if you know the case, please just keep it to yourself. It's only fair to everybody else who doesn't know what the heck is going on, right? So, okay. She's still in her little tank top here. Let's see where we are.
Around some area or whatever. And she was like, she said to him, we're in the same field. You're around.
Find it just a tiny bit.
Russell, lady.
All right.
Last name,
Does she know anybody in Mobile?
Not that I know of. Not that she's talked to me about.
now, I'm not super up to date on all these, like dating websites and hookup sites, but to your knowledge, was she a part of any of these, like, hookup sites, or?
She's never mentioned them to me.
Do you know how her and Cass met?
I think they met through a mutual friend.
Have you ever known Taylor to be, on the, at Tinder, which is, she ever talked about,
She never talked to me.
Plenty of Fish in particular?
Never talked to me about it.
If someone was gonna hurt her, who do you think would do it, or who do you think would have done it?
I don't know anybody that would want to hurt her.
Who do you think would have the most to gain out of us from doing it?
I mean, obviously Jeff is the only person really that has any real interest in. I mean, that's the battle that she's going through. But then, like I said, you know, I hear from her that he's the violent one, and then I hear from what he's told Kath that she's the violent one. You know, I don't know. I mean, Taylor's always been very one of those people that wants to appear tough, act tough. I mean, she, you know, tells me about all the SWAT training she has and all her martial arts training and this and that, and, you know, she's super badass and whatever. But that's how she wants to come across, you know. Like, if you look at her life, it's like that. Like, if you're in her car, everything's tactical, everything's like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? It's all like
Yeah.
super whatever. And that's just how she wants people to see her. You know, there's not a real soft side to Taylor. It's all.
So I was just gonna ask, have you seen her soft side, her girly?
Yeah,
She's got a
yeah.
girly side.
I saw it once, and it was insane, and I told her this. It was the day, and it was just recently, the day that Cass's brunch for her birthday. And I don't know why she came by my house to change. I don't know how this occurred. Jack was furious about it because he said, why the bitch coming by here?
So it sounds like, I don't even know your husband, it's like the 10 minutes I spoke with him, that's like.
He holds nothing back. He has zero filter. It's just,
Most cops don't have those.
he has none.
Most cops don't.
And so I don't know why she didn't change at her house or whatever. It doesn't matter. But she comes by and she's like, hey, which dress should I wear? And I'm looking at her like, are you on crack? You don't wear dresses. And she's putting on these like dresses, and she has like 4 of them that she like just bought. And I'm like, what? You're gonna wear a dress? And that was really odd. Like, I mean, I said it to her because I'm like, this is weird. I've never seen you in a dress or tried to look like a girl. I mean, most of the time she looks like a guy. She has on like board shorts, and she comes across like she doesn't ever appear like soft or womanly, or everything's just always hard.
She's a controller of her and Cass?
Oh,
She'd be the dominant one?
for sure. She would probably not want it to appear that way, but 100% because Taylor thinks that for sure she's smarter than everybody else. She just is that way. That's always the way that, you know.
Well, she's trying to hide right now. She's doing a pretty
She's
good job out
pretty
smart.
smart. She's not the dumbest person I've dealt with.
Oh, I don't think she's dumb at all, but I mean, that's something that, I mean, she will talk about. I mean, she's very proud of her intelligence. She's very proud of everything that she's done. She's very proud of being a cop. She's very, you know, whatever. And I do remember now it told me about that nice little PD. Like, I guess she was on a case, and she made contact with some officer because I guess she was like hanging around some area or whatever. And she was like, she said to him, we're in the same field or something to that degree. And she told me that Nice Club didn't hire her because she lied and said that she was in that field. I guess because he had made a complaint about her. Because I guess now Taylor will get very, like, aggressive about some things. Like, you can ask Cass, there was a situation where they wouldn't put bacon on a donut, and she goes, like, nuts about it. And like I said, like, at the bank that day, she was furious with those people because they wouldn't do what she wanted. And Taylor was telling me the story that, I guess that the contact she had with the officer or whatever was kind of pissy to some degree or whatever, and I guess he made a complaint because at the time that she was trying to get on there or whatever. So she's confrontational, but anything from donuts to whatever.
Do you know if she was trying to get on with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
She hasn't mentioned it to me.
You know, she has any friends that work there? She mentioned if there's any FDLE or any friends she knows there, contacts, ever working for them, doing any kind of work, contract with them.
Mm-hmm. No, she's never mentioned it.
Has she ever gotten an Uber for y'all?
No. I think they did in New Orleans, maybe. But the only time I ever used Uber was in Washington, D.C.
Who do you think paid for the Uber or the Uber?
I have no idea.
And who all would have been the ones who would have ordered it? Would have been out of who? Obviously you didn't.
So I was there. I don't know. She just said that they were going uptown and they could take an Uber, but I don't know that they ever did it. I mean, they did have Cass's car. They drove Cass's car over there, so I don't know what they ended up doing.
Do you know if she has an Uber account on her phone?
I've never looked in her phone. She, like I said, she has it all locked down. But that's just the way she is, like everything. Like, she keeps her tampons in an ammunition box.
Alrighty.
Taxable.
All things taxable.
Yeah, never know. Yeah. That's awesome.
What do you think we can find her?
My
What do your gut tell you?
my gut says Destin. I don't think she's far.
I think she would have gotten there.
I believe that she probably has more friends in Destin than she has told us about. I mean, she lived there for quite some time.
Has she ever talked about, like, how she would dispose of a body? We gonna talk about any of that stuff yet?
No.
Taylor always jokes about, like, putting people in a pink farm.
What was I gonna do?
I don't know.
I'll have a pig.
Your piggy pig.
But I met one.
He
and that
doesn't
was,
eat anything, but he's like,
that was pretty cool.
he was supposed to be this good.
From what I understand, pigs will eat humans if they're
I would believe it because
chopped up and stuff.
my pig eats something all day long in my yard. And what it is, I don't know. Because he literally was like this, and then like 2 or 3 days later, his belly was like this. I mean, it looked like he blew up a balloon. I'm like, what is he eating? Because I'm feeding him like a handful of dog food. And he's like this. But he eats all day.
When did that happen?
I mean, just like recently. I mean, like, it didn't take him but like a month and a half to get like that. He went from like this to what he looks like now. I mean, he just, like, all day he eats something in the yard, but I don't know what it is that he's, I mean, I know they root around or whatever, but it's constant.
Watch your dog. You might.
Yeah, really. He
So
eats
dog
the
yet?
2 left.
There's plenty of food. Anyone else you can think of that could maybe point us in another direction or maybe help us with even the smallest little bit of information that could lead into something else? I mean, because you've already provided some stuff that we didn't know, so any minor thing could really.
Like I said, I don't know. I know that she told me that she wanted to go to Savannah, and for whatever reason, Cass didn't want her to go there. So there's somebody in Savannah that she knows, but I don't know who that person is or what the relationship is.
In Jacksonville, Mississippi.
Yeah. I didn't know anything about the Biloxi side of any of that. I didn't know her to date people in the Destin side.
I mean, how does she meet these people? How does she know that this guy that wanted to have a threesome, how do you know he existed?
I don't really know he existed. Like, the guys that she showed me on the phone that she was dating, I don't know that they exist. Maybe they're just, like, I didn't see even any pictures of Taylor with them, just pictures of them.
Do you recall if it was like a text type picture, or if it was like a website background or Facebook?
They were both beach pictures. Both of the guys that she sent or showed me on her phone were beach pictures. So, and at the time she was living in Destin, so I just assumed that that's where they were from, because that's what's down there.
Yeah.
And then she said, she did say that they were Air Force guys, but I mean, that's just common down that way, you know, with Eglin being down there or whatever. It's just, it didn't raise any red flags. And I mean, like I said, like, she's been with Jessica Wood, those two guys that she said, you know, showed me the pictures of or whatever. Cass. A doctor.
What was the doctor? Was she?
It's a she. And some other girl from South Florida. So that's like 7 people that I've known her to like date or be with, whatever, in the past year.
Who's this doctor?
I don't really know who she is. She, I think, lives in like New York or something.
Oh, Lord, okay. New York.
But I know that
She does.
I don't know what kind of doctor she is. Kathleen knows more about her. I think there's 2 or 3 Jessicas that she's dated. Because Cass referred to them as Jessica 1, 2, or 3.
How, when we talked to Cass, I know she was telling me that I guess she started fooling around women after the divorce. Has Taylor ever told you, like, what age she figured out that, okay, she may be interested in women? Have y'all ever talked about that?
No, I mean, I kind of laugh at her because, you know, I just am like, Taylor, how do you know? I mean, like, my literal conversation was, I'm like, either you like dick or you don't, and how do you not know that? And she's just like, well, I can like whatever. I'm like, no, how do you not know? I'm like, because I have no questions. Like, you know, I like guys. It's just not something I've ever had to ask myself, you know? And I know that she goes for, I mean, because Jeff, everything I know about him is that he's like this big, sturdy, like military guy. Well, typically, you wouldn't think that somebody that likes girls would go for somebody like that.
What?
You know, and so it's
Mary all over the place.
yeah, it's kind of confusing. And so
Mary.
I think, okay, well, and those are the guys that all girls like, you know, the big, like, super tough ones, the big muscles and pretty boy faces, or, you know what I mean?
Purple
That,
shirt.
yeah, I mean, just, but, you know, I mean, that's, so you think, okay, well, that's a typical girl thing, you know? And then here she'll switch and be like, no, but I like girls. And I asked Cass that maybe 2 days ago. I said, do you think Taylor is really a lesbian, or is she not, or what is she? Because now that I've heard that she's told people that she's moving in with Cass and her husband, it appears to me that she's trying to hide that aspect of her life. And to somebody that was supposed to be very close to her, you know, I think, okay, well, you're that close to somebody, that's somebody that you could tell whatever, and they're going to accept you for whatever you're doing. And Cass was like, you know, I don't know, I think she's just confused and doesn't really know who she is. And I don't know, like, it doesn't make sense to me, because And she couldn't really explain it. She's just like, I like both. And I'm like, well,
And even until recently, she's mentioned, obviously,
men.
you and another man.
Yeah,
So it's not like she changed her mind and was like, I'm done with that part of my life.
right.
I'm now
Doing this.
strictly doing this thing.
Yeah.
She's obviously kind of
The girl that you've seen her with, and I may know just what if I saw her, does she appear to be a real feminine woman, or does she appear to be more of like a muscular, fit? Because the
Jess is fit.
Cass is not like the most feminine looking woman either.
No, but Jess is more feminine than Cass is. I mean, Jess has fake boobs, blonde hair. I mean, she's pretty. I mean, she's still kind of like Taylor tries to come across as being a badass, but she's a cop. I mean,
Sure.
so it's
just a
personality. Her dad's a cop. I mean, that's what she's from. You know what I mean? So she's not going to be like dainty girl, but she's pretty. And Jessica tries to look pretty. Like when I saw her at the wedding, I mean, she looked very dressed well, makeup. You know, I mean, she doesn't come across as like trying to look like a man or anything like that. Most of the people that she's told me about, like, have or seen her around, have been like prettier girls.
Just trying to figure out, from a big, strong, muscular dude to
Yeah.
a girl.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of folks that, we've been given names to or acquaintances, but we don't understand the friendship or relationship of said acquaintance. So are they strictly that, acquaintances, or were they dating? Were they dating at one point? And that's what's one very difficult thing for this case.
And that's the problem, is I don't think anybody knows. I mean, Taylor appears to now that I've learned all this stuff, just be this chameleon that like changes and shapeshifts to whatever person she's around and gives them whatever impression she needs to give them.
You know if she's bipolar or anything?
I know that she has gone to some sort of therapist. She did talk to me about that. I know that she has some sort of night terrors, or that's why she said that she was going to a therapist. And I think she takes medication for that.
Does she suffer from some kind of PTSD, by chance? Has she talked to you about that?
No.
You know what her night terrors are about? Does she ever open up to you about that?
You said there was another farm up in the north end of the county. Can you elaborate on that, or?
It's just, another aunt of mine has it.
Do you recall the road it's off of, or?
I can get it for you.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. I think I mentioned the house earlier, but does Taylor know about that, or that it exists? Okay.
What farm do they go shoot guns or bows and arrows at, you know?
Who?
Taylor.
I don't know. I've never gone with her to shoot those arrows.
Have you ever heard her talk about going into some place, some land or something to shoot guns and arrows and all?
No, she's never mentioned it to me. I know that I saw when they were moving a bow and some arrows. There's some range she goes to somewhere in Milton, but I don't know where that is. Zach may know.
Is it like a public range, or is it something like her and her buddies kind of made up?
That I don't know either. But I know Zach shot with her before, is the only reason I think he may know that.
I'm gonna check the phone again and see.
So,
See if we're close.
she never even mentioned the motion. I mean, like I said, I saw one when she was moving, but she, it's just, like, I don't even know what to think now. Like, I don't know whether to be worried about her, to be mad at her, to
We don't
be
either. Cass doesn't either.
whatever.
It's always, that's what Cass tells us anyway. So we don't know. This is a peculiar case in that, in a lot of fashions. She's got multiple sources of income, multiple sources of banking, multiple sex partners of both sexes. So we can't, if you find a list of individuals that I'm acquaintances with, you could know who I potentially, involved with or not,
Oh, sure.
because you know, it's just how I am. But it's very difficult when you come across 30, 40, or 100 people who are acquaintances and we don't know in what way they were acquaintances. And also, you know, if someone's housing her or allowing her to stay there, why they would be untruthful, or why she would be untruthful, or why she wouldn't come forward. I mean, why, in your mind, you know her, according to everyone else we've talked to, probably now better than anyone. You are, from what everyone says, closer to her than anyone else, including Cass. And that's from Cass herself. In fact, her own words is, I thought I knew her.
But see, and that's me too. And that's the weird part, because I've only known her for a year. You know, I mean, I know what she wants me to know about her,
Yeah.
but I don't know any backstory. You know, I know what she's told me she's going through in this, like, recent history, but what the truth of old stuff is, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know her dad's name. I don't know.
And I guess she had mentioned him being dead, and then turned up he's alive.
Yeah. She told, I think, both Cass and I that he was dead. If she were hiding from everyone, why would she be doing it? Well, I guess she thinks Jeff is somehow going to put her in jail. And I don't know really why. Because everything that I know that they have issues with is civil issues.
That's everything that we know. I'm not aware of anything that he could do short of, like, planting a bag of dope in her pocket and calling the police. I mean, I don't, you know what I mean? I don't understand, unless there's something else going on that I'm unaware of. As far as this whole safety deposit box, whether it's real or not real, or cashier's checks, trying to get some money, taking credit cards, adding money, there's no crime in that.
No, I mean,
It's all civil.
What she's doing. It doesn't make any sense to me.
And that's the second time we've heard that today, is that she may think that she's going to jail, and I don't understand what she could go to jail for.
I don't either. And I don't know what she's that worried about.
I don't know. I don't know why she would be. But we have spent a lot of time and a lot of manpower on this. And if it turns out that you find out from anyone or her that that isn't the case, that she is in fact fine, and that she's just scared she's going to go to jail, just please FaceTime me and say, hey, I'm good. And then hang up. I don't care where you're at. I don't care if you're out of the country or...
Exactly. Stand against the white wall, whatever.
I don't give a damn where you're at. You just say, hey, I'm good, and I see you on the... I'm good. I'm out. And that's kind of where we're at. Our goal isn't to try to prove that she's done anything wrong. Our goal isn't to...
I mean, who cares?
We just want to find her. We want to obviously find her healthy. If she's got a drug problem...
Yeah, worry about it. Maybe the drug issue is where she's going with the jail thing.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not illegal to say he used drugs.
Right.
She can tell me...
Even if he could prove that he used drugs, at best, he could use it against her for custody issues, but he already has custody, more custody than she does.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't make a lot of sense why he would battle it.
I mean, she could walk in here now and say, I'm high on heroin, and I couldn't arrest her for it.
No, but she has nothing.
It's possession of,
right.
It's not use of. So, and if it turns out that she's like, hey, she contacts you and she says, hey, please don't tell the police, but I'm good. Just please, God, please just call me and let me know, or text me. I don't care what time of day or night, just please let me know, because a lot of people are getting involved with this. Poor Chad's got drug into this. I'm sure he wants to be home with his family.
Oh, sure. everybody does. Well, it's like, this is, you know, an inconvenience to me.
Sure, your husband's at home. He's, you know,
And I guess
you're
that's
waiting
the
for him
thing,
to cook
like,
for you.
all of this has been now, because, like, now I have to deal with all her junk in my warehouse. Now I have to, you know, we had to go have the truck moved and this and that, and she didn't do what she told me she was gonna do with that, and empty it out and whatever. So it kind of dumps everything on everybody.
Sure.
And I mean, I hate that for Cass too, because now she's like,
She is
here's all this shit.
she's in a very odd position because she wants to help, or she comes off as if she wants to help.
I genuinely think she does. It's just like when we talked about it before, you know, we told her, we'll get you help with the drug thing. And she tells us it's not a problem. She's not addicted to it. She's just done it the 3 times, whatever. And of course, Zach is like, yeah, she's lying to y'all, are stupid. And I'm like, well, I don't know. Aside from Taylor digs at her skin, is the only thing I've ever like, and I didn't know if that was like an anxiety thing, which it can be. It can be a drug thing. It can be.
Which is an anxiety thing. If it is a drug thing,
Right.
it's part of.
But you would see her. She would always be like digging her face, digging in her arms.
Have you ever heard or thought she may be using methamphetamine?
I didn't think she was using cocaine.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't know. I mean, I know meth messes with her teeth, and her teeth look fine.
That doesn't necessarily always have to, though.
But,
Depends
she
on.
did, you know, I mean, and Cass could probably tell you more about that, but it seemed like for a little bit she had stopped, but, I mean, she was back at it. But, I mean, you would just sit there and kind of watch her, and she would just kind of like.
Which is common with meth.
Just like, you know, just all the time, just.
Have you ever noticed any needle marks or?
I mean, that's the difficult thing with all this, like, half of this stuff, it's kind of like in one ear and out, because you don't know to even really pay attention or be concerned about it, because you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, when you're not around people, like now, had you ever been associated with like a prior ex or something that was a narcotics user, you know, those things may flag, but
Right.
with you, I don't think that you've really been associated with.
Not enough to pay attention to.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
and she like frequently, like go to the restroom a lot, or for longer periods of time than normal.
I didn't notice it, but I also didn't pay attention. Like, I just don't think about a lot of that stuff all the time, because typically I'm just doing what I have to do, you know? But Cassie told me that she spent a lot of time going to the bathroom, like it was very difficult for her, but I don't know. But I know
Cass said that she had that Taylor
had some sort of issue.
difficult time going to the restroom. Not like, I don't know what's going on with her, she's always in the restroom,
No,
like a medical
yeah.
type, okay.
Because she told us that she had cancer, and now we're kind of finding out that maybe she didn't have cancer.
Pre-cancer stuff.
Maybe something, who knows? At this point, who knows how much of this stuff is real, because we're getting so much, and you've heard so many different things.
And that's the problem, like, we've just been inundated with, like, a lot of crazy information about her that nobody knew.
Yeah.
What, this is Cass's phone. She left it with us. What kind of letter is she talking about? She wanted to go take a picture of it, and looks like she couldn't get through to the box it was in because James' packing skills are so phenomenal.
Yeah. Something about, I think she had written a letter to Cass after the incident occurred. And I think that's what she was looking for.
When you say incident,
After we had that discussion about the Biloxi and the cocaine.
honesty night.
Yeah.
This is commonly referred to as honesty night.
Okay. Now, did this Steve Williams guy call you from the Milton Canine? I'm assuming that was the private investigator company she's talking about.
I don't know, I never got a call.
You stay up late. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, she's texting you.
Just don't text me at 7. I'm much more of a nighttime person than a daytime person.
Really?
You know, this is the, so latest I've been at work and it's been an investigation.
I'm usually in bed by this
What?
time.
9:30.
Your husband's gonna be starving.
Exactly, you want to know what in the hell's going
I'm sure you understand. What is all these pictures of knives and guns that you text her? What is all that about?
That's stuff we found in Taylor's car
Where's all this stuff at now?
and the office.
on? Have you seen her guns before that?
You know.
She never, did you, so earlier you had said that you believe that she may carry or conceal carry? Or
Oh, she makes that no doubt to anybody.
has she ever shown you? Like, hey,
Oh
look
yeah,
what I
she
did?
always has a gun.
Any of the guns that y'all found, are those just, is that the same gun?
No, I've never. She usually carries a stainless gun that I've seen. Is the one that I've seen her with.
The silver type
Yeah.
color? No, we haven't found that gun, so, for our knowledge, she may still be in possession of said gun.
She usually has tactical knives and
How was her attitude at the farm?
she really wasn't in a bad mood. The only thing that she ever got upset about was the thing with Jeff and the jail time. And she seemed pretty okay. I mean, like, she was talking about going to that wedding on Saturday. And she was pretty upbeat about that.
What did y'all do out there?
We just went around and looked at the horses and the pigs and all the donkeys.
Were y'all together there the whole time? She never ran off?
I mean, she walked away. We were just I was looking at some of the horses and she would look at other things or whatever. We just walked around and we came back home. And we really just were killing time.
Okay.
Like, I didn't think she was, like, she would never appear to have done any, like, drugs then. And it
Sure.
didn't seem, like I said, she had beer during the day, but.
Did she express any time that day that she didn't want to talk to Cass?
No, I mean, we talked about,
When she was upset, or I don't want to talk to her, she's annoying.
well, I mean, no. I mean, like I said, we had a conversation about, was she going to stay? Was this something that she could settle down and behave with?
Sure.
Well, what was Jeff telling her to change your locks, prop the door up, put bells on the windowsill? What is that all about?
That's what I was telling you when we were downstairs.
Yeah.
Jeff was explaining to Cass, and Cass was really worried about it, that I guess there had been multiple times that there was a lot of violence or something between Taylor and Jeff. And so he had kind of scared Cass because he was like, if she has the key to your house, you need to change your locks, you need to do all this. And so Cass was pretty.
So I'm assuming she has a key to her house.
Oh, Taylor has it, yeah.
How the farm, are these, like, pet animals, or you like ride the horses?
Well, the horses are rideable. I mean, like my daughter spends a lot of time out there too. They, do some rodeo stuff or whatever. I mean, the donkeys are just pets and stuff like that. But the horses you can ride, and there's a couple out there that aren't broke to ride, whatever. They're basically animal herders.
Mm-hmm. How does that work with it? You just hop on the horse and just go, or you have to have the little seat?
Oh, the saddles and stuff like that.
Do they keep all that stuff out there?
Oh yeah.
Did y'all ride any horses?
She hopped on one, but because some of them even have bareback, some of them are easier than others to deal with. They've got some old horses that are like super, super kid safe, and then they've got barrel horses and.
I don't know nothing about horses. So.
But
So she jumped up on one of the horses. a little bit.
Sort of like, Taylor likes to be the, oh, I can do all things kind of person.
Do you know who this Amy Bluestein person is?
I don't. I don't know a lot of the people that like I've found out about lately.
Who is 910-934-9996? Is that the husband?
One's a husband, one I don't know.
910 is like my phone number.
One's a husband, I do know that. Actually,
Because she's talking to someone on here, and I guess she said,
Okay, I got the word. Somebody needs a break. Someone needs a break? Yes, sir. That's fine. Okay, so we'll go ahead. We've got about 24 minutes left. Y'all take a break. Go ahead and have a snack or whatever. We'll make this our morning break. We'll try to be back about 11:05, pick up where we left off. Leave your notepads, pencils. Don't just
Can you guys hear me? My camera was acting crazy. I don't know what was happening there. Yeah, don't time anyone out. I'll do that if I want to, and it's okay. QWERTY is in the other chat. So I have 2 channels running right now. Get me off of there. He's hiding in the other channel. That's what he's doing. All right, let me make sure that I can hear the stream. Give me 1 sec. So this is interview number 2. But a second. Hold on. We shall go fix it. Did it not come in with sound? Shoot. Let me see. God, this mic is so damn loud. I have to whisper. Oh, shoot. Let me back up and put that way over there. I'm not even touching anything. Do you hear all the noise? Gosh. ASMR. Let me put it way over here. I'm barely touching that thing. Me out to find it. Oh, I really hate how this sounds. Gosh. In your ears, it must be so annoying. Oh, that is really annoying. This doesn't have the sound on it. One minute, my friend. Still no sound?
Okay, I fixed it. Hold on, please.
Yeah.
This shouldn't take much longer.
Yeah, we'll try to
Okay,
do this.
well, I just didn't want anything to like, they're telling me like, we're not, my collector's supposed to meet me in the house, so I was like, oh, I'll be down there long, so I didn't know.
Yeah, this shouldn't take very long.
Yeah, it won't take too long. So the night before, how did that go? Were you with Taylor?
I saw her at, 20.
Okay. And how did that go?
I mean, it was pretty uneventful. I just met him up there. I didn't eat. Taylor ate. Cass didn't eat.
And so that, did you go home after that?
Mhm.
Okay. And what time did you leave your house again? On the, I guess it would be the 8th, is that right?
The 7th would have been the day before.
Yeah, so the 8th would have been the
Would have
day.
been the,
Probably not till,
that Saturday, right? One Saturday day.
things run together for me.
Yeah, which, and like I said, we went over it was
Sorry, that's a Friday.
Friday. So that it was a Friday. And we're just trying to get everyone kind of went through this with Cassandra, everything that she did. We're
Let me see if the sound is better on a different one. Hold on, please.
What are we? Couple times a day.
And when I say talk, text or voice.
Right.
Do you remember talking to him that day? On the 8th?
Probably.
Do you know what y'all would have spoke about?
Probably school or.
17.
Mhm.
That's 8.
McArthur for the amount of $3,274 on 8/14 of 17.
And online,
Friday.
Friday. Where she went in. And Jeff, we're going to end up doing this with him as well. Was he in town? Was he not in town? But, so you woke up on the 8th about what time on Friday?
Probably wasn't very early.
Did y'all have like preset plans to go meet Taylor and pick her up that day?
Yeah, she and I were gonna spend the day together, so, but she called me, what are we, probably 9 or 9:30, I would so it was probably earlier than that.
And is that when y'all made the plans to be together all day, or was that pre-planned?
We planned to do that the day before,
Okay.
because I was off and didn't have a whole lot, to do that day or whatever.
Sure. So on the 8th, that's something I forgot to ask you before. So I know you told me before that you went over and picked up Taylor.
Right.
How did your morning go before that?
I have no idea.
When did you wake up and go straight over there, or did you have other activities going on that morning?
I think I was just woke up and left the house and went over there. I'm not really a morning person, so.
Let me ask you, roughly what time did you go to bed the night before, do you recall? Was it like shortly after leaving Twin Peaks?
Oh, no. Like, I'm not a late night person.
Okay.
I wasn't on until, like, probably 2 or 3 or.
Do you recall what you for what you did that night?
I probably went to Dixon, maybe 8, so there's no total.
Sure.
Friends, I mean,
What's Dick's?
it's one of my locations,
Oh,
for my business.
you have machines there, I guess? Okay. So you went to Sticks and then,
Most likely.
okay,
I mean,
yeah. Is there any particular people you hang out with there?
I mean, I'm friends with the owner and, yeah, there's several people that are there, like
Who's the owner?
Brandon Bean.
Brandon Reedy. Who have you gone to Vegas with?
Probably him and, you know, anybody that was at the bar, or that was there later, you know, they all go,
Did Brandon ever meet Taylor?
no.
Never? Okay.
Right.
Is he not a fan of you going out places, or he just?
No, he's okay. Like, Zach and I have kind of an open relationship.
And he's cool with that? Like that's his want, or that's just how you're like, look, I'm making all the money and that's how it should gonna be?
Wow. Have a good night.
I'm tired.
Tired. You sleep good?
I didn't sleep very much because I was actually supposed to fly out at 6 o'clock this morning, but I have a lot going on with the office, so.
Where did we go?
Well, Zach and I had a win, but I'll probably have to go later, but, we volunteer with Sheepdog Impact Assistance. It's a,
Sheepdog across the police.
well, it's a, nonprofit that does things for injured first responders, so
Okay.
any kind of military. And, they're at NDC, volunteering to do stuff with the Marine Corps Marathon.
Really? That's pretty close to heart for you guys.
It's a really good organization. They do a lot. Like they sent a lot of disaster recovery teams to the hurricanes and stuff too. So it's really, it was started by a sergeant major in the Marine Corps, and a lot of retired police and fire and veterans and stuff help out with it. But they have a lot of. We went in 2015, we did the Stephen Stillo run in New York.
I remember that. Is that the guy that ran across the bridge or something?
Yes.
And all their firefighter gear, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I remember that.
And we did that, and they had like several like double amputees that did the run, and single amputees, and they made, they were allowed us to go like first before the rest of the people in the run, so that, you know, people in wheelchairs and stuff like that could have the opportunity to go through.
And I get run over.
But you know what's funny? Like, some of those guys are way better than like people with two legs. You know, like,
Actually, better right there.
So Zach left all you there, I guess.
yeah, he was one.
What time was his plane?
6. Yeah.
I try not to take early flights. But you get there early, so.
He's still again too. He's flying from here to Miami and then to DC.
Well, that makes a lot of sense.
We go the wrong way though.
Yeah.
Here's your phone. Same if you want to look over it, make sure it's in the same condition it was when you left it.
It's a break.
Yeah, I agree, but, so your black iPhone, my signature, we're turning back over on the 19th. Sign there. How you been doing?
Alright.
Yeah. Talked to Cass lately?
I haven't talked to her lately. I'll text her or message her every now and then. See, she's heard anything or what's going on, and she hasn't updated or.
How's she doing?
She seems okay. It seems very like she'll say that she's really sad or she's been crying all day or she's frustrated. And
I still don't know which way to go.
And I asked Zach if he had heard Taylor talk about any kind of like folk games or anything like that, and he hadn't. But it's like when Jeff was starting to ask me, what I knew about, Taylor and stuff in the school, like as far as her nightlife and stuff, we didn't really go out together like that, because that circle was a different circle of people. I don't know.
When did he call you?
I think yesterday.
What was his attitude?
So he didn't call. He Facebook messaged me.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't, knowing or whatever. So he did that where he.
I was kind of wondering how who would give them.
No, he would be up on Facebook, and he said, "Well," and I honestly, I probably shouldn't have even responded. He said that he was, and I just assumed, I guess, but it's J. I don't know. It's not, doesn't see his name, but it's something else. And he was like, this is who I am or whatever.
Did you talk about Drake and how Drake was doing? Anyone else come forward, let you know anything? They all just friends or anything?
I don't know any of her friends really. I mean, like, Cass is the only, like, Facebook friend that we have in common.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So any of that, her other circle, I don't know, So I'm not gonna, you can ask Cass and stuff how she was doing or whatever, but other than that, we don't have any like social friends in common.
Yeah. What was Jeff saying exactly? I mean, was he concerned or was
When I grab my phone, I'll show you.
Yeah, I don't think it's fine. I mean, you don't need just.
He just, asked like how her behavior had been, and he was saying that, it seemed out of place for her, but he didn't really know because some of the things that he had seen wasn't the person that he saw when they were together, and I'm like, well, that's kind of how we all kind of feel because we don't know who she really is. And then you hear like just different chunks. It's so bizarre, and you're thinking, okay, well, is this who she is, or is this, or is all of this somehow who she is?
Yeah. And who knows? At this point, we're kind of at a loss as well.
He did tell me that her dad had to file some affidavit about not being the reason that she was changing the court date.
Have you ever talked to her dad?
I don't even know his name, but apparently at some point Taylor had tried to change a court date and said she had to do it because her dad had to be evacuated.
Evacuated from where?
What court? It's just a court date over Okaloosa they had.
I guess
supposedly she missed.
Right.
Okay.
And she had to change it because he had to be evacuated. Well, she had told Cass and I that he was deceased. But
And
then,
is it like one of those situations where she has like a biological father and then like some other dad raised her?
no.
Two
She
different
only
people?
had- not that I know of. My understanding is the only person she had that like raised her is the lady that's in Tallahassee.
Is that Nancy?
I think so. And then she has a biological mother that I was told is deceased.
Lord.
And then her biological father, who is somewhere in South Florida.
When y'all, they been,
Oh my god. I hate the sound. It is driving me nuts, but there's a part I was trying to line up, but I don't see it at all. I don't see it at all. So we're just gonna have to deal with what we deal with here. So, oh my god, Cordy, really? Are you gonna pay for that one? See, now you're gonna make me look more, you mother sheep. You're gonna pay for that. Pretty. I mean, why wouldn't they have good, you know?
Already back. It hasn't updated.
Forget what this one is. This one. Back in sense. Right? Now. Because she doesn't look the same. She looks at her little watch. Now you're gonna pay Cordy, see? I'm too ridiculous about this shit. She folds her arms. She doesn't do this one. It's the same fucking one. Oh my mother. I'm gonna play this one because the sound is way better. I'll just put something up. I can't take it. I cannot. Sorry. You're gonna have to wait on you. You're just gonna have to see this for while we're playing the video. Okay? Let's see. Because I cannot do it. I cannot do it. You're gonna pay for that. You are. You'll see. Mother soup.
They sent a lot of disaster recovery teams to, if the hurricanes and stuff too. So, really, it was started by a sergeant major in the Marine Corps, and a lot of retired police and fire and veterans and stuff help out with it. But they have a lot of. We went in 2015. We did the Stephen Storm run in New York.
I remember that. Is that the guy that ran across the bridge or something?
Yes.
And all their firefighters gear, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I remember that.
And we did that, and they had like several like double amputees that did the run, and single amputees, and they made they were allowed us to go like first before the rest of the people in the room, so that people in the wheelchairs and stuff like that could have the opportunity just to go through.
Make you run over.
But you know what's funny? Like some of those guys are way better than like people with two legs. You know,
I'm sure you better not get it.
So Zach left already then, I guess?
yeah, he was one
What time is it playing?
6. Yeah.
I'm trying to take early flights. When you get there early, so.
He's still again too. He's not from here to Miami and then to DC.
Well, that makes a lot of sense.
We're going the wrong way though.
Yeah.
Here's the phone. Same condition. If you want to look at it, make sure it's in the same condition it was when you left it. Yeah, I agree. But so your black iPhone, my signature, we're turning back over on the 19th. Sign there. How you been doing? Yeah. Talked to Cass lately?
I haven't talked to her lately. I'll text her or I'll message her every now and then. You know, she's running things and she hasn't updated her.
How's she doing?
She seems okay. It seems very like she'll say that she's really sad or she's been crying all day or she's frustrated. And
I still don't know which way to go.
And I asked Zach if he had heard Taylor talk about any kind of like foot games or anything like that, and he hadn't. But you know, it's like when Jeff was starting to ask me, you know, what I knew about, you know, Taylor and stuff in the school, like as far as her nightlife and stuff, we didn't really go out together like that, you know, because that circle was a different circle of people. And so, I don't know.
When did he call you? What was his attitude?
He didn't call. He Facebook messaged me.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't, you know, knowing or whatever. So he did that where he.
I was kind of wondering how who would give him.
No, he would be up on Facebook and, you know, he said, well, and I honestly, I probably shouldn't have even responded. He said that he was, and I just assumed, I guess, but it's J. I don't know. It's not, doesn't say his name, but it's something else. And he was like, you know, this is who I am or whatever.
Did he talk about Drake and how Drake was doing? Anyone else come forward, let you know anything? Usually all his friends or anything?
Yeah, I don't know any of her friends really. I mean, like, Cass is the only, like, Facebook friend that we have in common.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So any of that, her other circle, I don't know, you know. So I'm not gonna, you know, ask Cass and stuff how she was doing or whatever, but other than that, we don't have any, like, social friends in common.
Yeah. What was Jeff saying exactly? I mean, was he concerned or was
If you want
he?
to grab my phone, I'll show you.
Yeah, I don't think it's fine. I mean, I don't need. We're just.
He just, you know, asked like how her behavior had been, and he was saying that, you know, it seemed out of place for her, but he didn't really know because some of the things that he had seen wasn't the person that he saw when they were together, and I'm like, well, that's kind of how we all kind of feel because we don't know who she really is. And then you hear like just different chunks. It's so bizarre, and you're thinking, okay, well, is this who she is, or is this sort of all of it somehow who she is?
Yeah. And who knows? At this point, we're kind of at a loss as well.
He did tell me that her dad had to file some affidavit about not being a reason that she was changing the court date.
Have you ever talked to her dad?
I don't know his name, but apparently at some point Taylor had tried to change the court date and said she had to do it because her dad had to be evacuated.
Evacuated from where?
What court, is this the court date over locally, so they had,
I guess
those
so.
that she missed?
Right.
Okay.
And she had to change it because he had to be evacuated. Well, she told Cass and I that he was deceased. But
And
then,
is it like one of those situations where she has like a biological father and like some other dad raised her?
no.
Two
she
different
only
people?
has- not that I know of. My understanding is the only person she had that like raised her is the lady that's in Tallahassee.
Is that Nancy?
I think so. And then she has a biological mother that I was told is deceased.
Lord.
And then her biological father, who was somewhere in South Florida. And that's the one that she told Cass and I that was deceased. And then apparently she told the court that she had to change the court date because he had to be evacuated from one of these hurricanes.
She went around telling people that she was
See, of course, we wouldn't know that because of the court record or whatever. But Jeff did say that he had to sign some affidavit with the court saying that he was in fine condition and didn't need evacuation.
I guess was that over like the hurricane and everything that happened, or was it just old stuff?
No, apparently it was during one of these hurricanes. I don't know if it was Irma or.
Recently hit out of Miami.
Oh, you got hit pretty bad.
Yeah.
One that destroyed Key West.
Good Lord. Sounds like a big mess.
I don't even understand it. But how I can't say that it's deceased and evacuated. But of course we didn't know that. And I guess it kind of pissed him off when he came to the court. The court of death, I guess, and said no.
But did she ever come forward and say like, hey, I was just playing around, or you know, I don't know why I told you that, but
About
you know,
him being
yeah, and then now he's actually alive.
No, I didn't know that he was actually alive until after she left. Like, Cass found that. I mean, we were under the impression that he was deceased until she started talking to different people or whatever, and he was alive in South Florida.
And I guess this is probably a question for Nancy. I never asked her, but is she married? Is it? She's no way she's talking about like Nancy's husband, like that. Well, and like I said, we've been looking into it. We've had to look into everyone, obviously. I'm sure you can imagine with the knowledge you do have of law enforcement, we got to look into everyone. So we've been doing it, and we've turned up some things that we don't really know what to think at this point.
Okay.
So we don't know who's involved with what, right? Like I said before, I don't know Jeff's involvement. Obviously, there's probably some bitter feelings over the money issue and the child and Drake and all. I'm sure she loved Drake or loves Drake, but obviously Jeff has probably no intent on letting Taylor have that child, right?
I don't think she needs him right now.
Yeah. Well, when we were conducting our investigation, we've come across, like I said, several things. We don't know whether it's civil or something y'all had agreements on or whatever. So I was going to ask you about them if you don't mind, if you have some time. But with that, because we don't know the nature of it, I need to read you something.
Okay.
Cool? Okay. Oh, try to read through this real quick. It turns out it's just civil issues, and it's not what we deal with. So before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say against you can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before he asks you any questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questions. You can afford a lawyer won't be appointed for you for questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering anytime. You understand that? You understand? I'll read it. You're welcome to. Okay.
They're reading her rights. Did she win the camel? Am I getting a camel? I think I am getting a camel. Am I? My version will be done in 1 second. Thank you. I'm just gonna wait here while I do it. Or leave. Nobody cares. Not even touching anything. Oh my god. Two cars. No, a camel. Why are you giving away fucking camels, man? I want a camel. Camel. I want some chickens. I want a horse and a pony too. This thing's acting like it's almost done. Come the fuck on, man. I have no patience. I hear static in my ears. Why? I'm going to throw this Yeti right out the window too while I'm at it. Fuga. Oh, that's what you do over there? You give out prizes? That's very nice of you. Oh, I give out the prizes. Yeah, it is my phone fizzle. I brought my daughter to the doctor yesterday because her lymph nodes, not her lymph nodes, you friggin' idiot. What do they call it? Tonsils are very swollen.
And the lady said it was viral and contagious, and now guess whose tonsils hurt? Yeah, that'd be me. Come on, Edward. Shut up, dummy. My thyroid bone. I'm gonna do this pizza. Oh. Came out with him. Okay, I almost have it downloaded now. Wait a minute. Very excited, guys. Yes, beach. Let me shut this off. So present, share screen. Onward.
You.
Yeah.
It shouldn't take much longer.
Yeah, we'll try to
Okay,
use it.
well, I just didn't want anything to like, I've been having like, we're not in my collector's supposed to meet me in the house, so I was like, oh, I'll be down there long, so I didn't know.
Yeah, it shouldn't take very long.
It won't take too long. So the night before, how did that go? Were you with Taylor?
I saw her at, 20.
Okay. And how did that go?
I mean, it was pretty uneventful. I just met him up there. I didn't eat. Taylor ate. Cass didn't eat.
And then did you go home after that?
Mhm.
Okay. And what time did you leave your house again? On I guess it would be the 8th, is that right?
The 7th would have been the day before.
Yeah, so the 8th would have
The
been
8th
the
would have
day.
been the,
Probably not till,
that Saturday, right? One Saturday day.
things run together for me.
Yeah, which, and like I said, we went over it was
Sorry, that's a Friday.
Friday. So that was a Friday. And we're just trying to get everyone kind of went through this with Cassandra, everything that she did, where she went. And, Jeff, we're gonna end up doing this for him as well. Is he in town, was he not in town? But, so you woke up on the 8th about what time on Friday?
I wasn't very early.
Did y'all have like preset plans to go meet Taylor and pick her up that day?
Yeah, she and I were going to spend the day together, so, but she called me, what are we, probably 9 or 9:30, I would imagine. So it was probably been earlier than that.
And is that when y'all made the plans to be together all day, or was that pre-planned?
We planned to do that the day before,
Okay.
because I was off and didn't have a whole lot, to do that day or whatever.
Sure. So on the 8th, something I forgot to ask you before. So I know you told me before that you went over and picked up Taylor.
Right.
How did your morning go before that?
I have no idea.
When did you wake up and go straight over there, or did you have other activities going on that morning?
I think I was just woke up and left the house and went over there. I'm not really a morning person, so.
Let me ask you, roughly what time did you go to bed the night before, do you recall? Was it like shortly after leaving Twin Peaks?
Oh, no. Like, I'm not a late night person.
Okay.
I wasn't on until, like, probably 2 or 3 or.
Do you recall what you did that night?
I probably went to Texas, maybe 8, so there's the total.
Sure.
Friends, I mean,
What's Dick's?
it's one of my locations,
Oh,
for
you
my
have,
business.
you have machines there, I guess? Okay. So you went to Sticks and then,
Most likely.
okay,
I mean, I don't remember. I guess.
yeah. Is there any particular people you hang out with there?
I mean, I'm friends with the owner and, yeah, there's several people that are there, like
Who's the owner?
Brandon Bean.
Brandon Reedy? Who would you have gone to Vegas with?
Probably him and, anybody that was at the bar, or that was there later, and although,
Did Brandon ever meet Taylor?
no.
Never? Okay.
Never.
Is he not a fan of you going out places, or he just,
No, he's okay. Like, I think I've got is a open relationship.
and he's cool with that? Like that's his want, or that's just how you're like, look, I'm making all the money and that's how it should be?
He doesn't really care. He is just, I mean, Zach does what Zach wants to do too, so,
Zach and Taylor have been together,
No. That really wasn't, we didn't have any kind of relationship like that with Taylor.
Do you think before, or is it possible that before you had met Taylor that Zach and Taylor were like that, or do you think you would have told me that?
He probably would have told me. I mean, because he's, like, pretty open about it. I mean, I don't think so. He kind of always, she kind of looks manly, but she's not really, like, his type.
Sure. How does he feel about you and Brandon being friends?
Sometimes he's better about it than others.
Sure. No, I'm tracking. And look, we're all adults here, right?
Nothing you can say is gonna catch us off guard.
Now, we're cool with it, and I'm not here to judge anyone's lifestyle. I got no problem with it. So that night, y'all, or you, Zach, didn't go. You went to Sticks, maybe the Babes, or
Maybe.
what did you do? Did you recall what you did after that?
I would have gone home.
Okay. Is there anyone that you may have hung out with that night who you're more involved with than just friends?
What do you mean?
Like, you say that you and Zach are in an open relationship.
Yeah, but like that, I had nobody more than that.
Okay. No more than just friends, or than just strictly open relationship?
No, like Brandon is the only person that I ever really see.
Okay.
So,
So,
his wife, is he married? I'm assuming he's married. She doesn't know?
She does.
Oh, she's cool with it too? Holy crap.
so she does his own thing. Yeah, hey, look,
Science does exist.
So he does his own thing, she does her own thing,
Right.
you do yours, and Zach does his. Are there any other folks involved? So when you say open, y'all are kind of open, but you have one particular kind of person that you.
I do because I just don't choose to. Like, I'm actually a very kind of shy person.
Sure.
But Zach not so much.
And just.
What's that there?
And you're cool with that? You don't have a problem with him doing his thing like that? Okay. So after babes, you go home. Then what? Sure, and then you wake up.
You and Brandon hook up that night?
I have no idea. I mean, I don't know, you know, I just, some days we do, some days we don't. Some days, I mean, it just, you know, just hanging out with friends or whoever, or, you know.
I think about, is Brandon the one that, it was the day that Jeff and I met you at your house, and we were trying to get the phone working. Was Jeff the one that brought you over there that day? Or, I'm sorry, Brandon the one that brought you there? It was a kind of a white guy in a white car.
No, that is, one of my cousins that's in town.
Okay. And who's that? Just,
Kyle Brett.
okay.
Um,
Where does he stay?
he is from Gainesville, and he's just moved back here, so, he is, an interesting character.
Is he in school, or does he work with you in the business?
No, he's at UWF. He just happened to be helping me that day with some of, like, moving stuff, just as, like, extra hands on deck, but,
Where does he stay on campus out there?
he is staying with a friend right now. I don't know where they're staying.
And did he ever meet Taylor
No.
or see her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you go to sleep, wake up the next day. Do you recall if you had any activities that morning when you woke up, or how that morning go?
It was just got nothing. I mean, I'm not a morning person, so I probably would have just slept in until I went to get Taylor.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, just like I can't go anywhere until I left the house that morning.
And then, so, can you just go through your day again for me?
Well, I went to Taylor's, and she was moving stuff there, our house. So we were there for a little bit. And then we went to my office. And then we went to pink, because I make it pleasant.
You know, I think that would have been,
Purple Drive.
is this all Wells Fargo?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's some folks got names, so.
And then we came back to my house, I think. And then we went back I think we came back to my house. And then we went back to her house, and then she got some other stuff. And then we drove by a place in New York, Reveal Road.
You said, is that the place that you said she was working the case on?
Right.
Do you recall at all exactly where that place was, or?
I wish my phone told me. I mean, I just wasn't really paying attention to what it was. I know it's somewhere between, like, 9 Mile and Mobile Highway.
Which is that's a pretty short stretch, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it's not that long.
On Bueller Road, though? It's all Bueller Road, sir?
I mean, that's what, she was looking for a car or whatever, but it was on that road. We didn't, you know, go
So
on.
I'm going north, this would be 9 miles to go to this house, where we all went.
No, we went south of there from between Mobile Highway and Wheeler Road, because we stopped at that gas station to get a drink.
Oh, we got driving up there?
The Zach's F-250.
Okay. Is it that yellow driving?
Yes, he was furious. Do you see that bitch in my truck?
Well, boy, you got some pictures for her, doesn't he?
Yeah. I can't believe you put her in my house. Well, but my car, or No, my collector had my car, and he had a Jeep maybe for something. I don't know. Anyway, I got stuck with it. So.
You said your collector had your car?
Mm-hmm.
What's a collector?
Yeah.
Oh, the lady that goes around and collects the money on the machines for me.
Oh, okay.
Nice. So you don't have to go do that.
I typically go with her. That way I can talk to the customers and stuff like that. But she, does it on a daily basis.
Really? She got her run click every day?
It's a lot of money. I hope it's a lot of money.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, how, if you don't mind, how much money does that bring in? Like pool tables and...
Some of our pool tables will have $300 or $400 a week a piece in them, and the jukeboxes $600 or $700 a piece.
A week?
Mm-hmm.
Good God. Awesome. Happy
You
for
gotta
you.
have a bunch of them though to make it
We have a ton.
profitable, right?
Yeah, but my dad's been in this business for 45 years, so we have a bunch of locations and a bunch of equipment.
So when you got in the game, it was kind of already a little bit, prime for you.
Already established, huh?
Didn't have
Oh, yeah.
so much overhead. You had to go buy tons of machines or anything like that.
No, but it's actually not as good a business as it used to be, only because a long time ago we used to have a bunch of recreation, you probably don't know about that, recreation centers and arcades and things, and now it's not really like that because they're since Xbox and stuff like that came out, it's kind of
I remember
changed.
the arcades.
People use phones as jukeboxes now.
Yeah.
Right, in fact, we have a kind of jukeboxes.
Right.
Yeah, where, you can do the digital bar link or, whatever.
I do remember the arcades kind of dying out when I was younger. I do remember them now. But I agree, there was more. Every mall you went to, there was a pretty big arcade. Yeah, you go into any movie theaters that I recall, there was pretty big arcade.
Right.
Now I think there's some sole standalone arcade places.
Right.
So I don't think it's like you said. I don't think it's as...
Well, we used to have one at the beach on the boardwalk.
Really?
Yeah,
I don't know.
where Count Funds is.
Yeah, they used to be an arcade.
Mhm.
Really? I never knew that.
Yeah, it was part of the beach arcade, and then it was right there.
On the whole arcade or just the rented machines?
So then, that one we leased the spot and did ourselves, but most of them we just put the equipment in there. We put it in and it's, 50/50 or 60/40, depending on whatever the split is. And, we have we have resorts and things like that over in Alabama and stuff like that, where we put games for their game rooms. They still have game rooms and stuff for things like that.
Interesting. Sorry, I'm trying to get off track.
Yeah, I think sorry. So you were at you said you went to the store, grabbed a drink. Do you recall what store that was?
The Thompson at,
So you stop in there, you get a drink, and then where?
and then I think this one went to go check their scenic highway spot.
There, who's there? So there,
Their scenic, Taylor scenic highway spot, there,
Okay,
remember,
I got you.
whatever. their
whoever she was
location
working the
Right.
case on over there.
is.
Do you recall how long you were out there at the store in Beulah?
They were there a whole long time.
Are we talking, just so we can kind of keep up with this time, are we talking 5-10 minutes?
Probably so. Maybe 10.
Okay.
I think it was pretty busy because I think we actually had to move spots.
Okay.
Um,
So y'all go from there to scenic, how did that go?
and then,
Or let me ask you, sorry, how'd you get there? Do you recall which way you took?
I think we just went around to the interstate. And then back up to,
To the interstate right there in Beulah? Or by Navy Fed and all?
right.
Okay.
So you get on there, you go to,
I'm gonna go to Phoenix. And then go up on Phoenix.
did y'all ever stop at a place or pull down like a little side road, or was it just? Yeah,
I'm paying attention to what, you know what I mean? It's hard because that day didn't mean anything to me at that point, you know? It was just another day.
and what did y'all go do after that?
But that's how much fun. And looking, then we came back home.
Okay. Let me make sure I got the right number for you too, before I forget. What all numbers do you have, or what all numbers can I reach you at?
71222.
Okay. Do you still have, I know you were borrowing your friend's phone,
Yeah.
is that still,
That's the lady that works for me. She knows Lester.
okay. So you still borrowing her phone, or she's got her phone back?
She has her phone.
Okay. Is there any other phones that you have, or would have had today that we could reach you on now? Remember? Okay. So y'all went to Milton Farm. When was the decision made, do you recall, to go out there?
I don't know. We were just talking, and she is just wanting to ride around.
What was her attitude like?
She just bored and, I mean, she was just kind of, I mean, she'd talk about, you know, the court case and stuff and stuff a little bit, and like I said, she was drinking beer since 9, and so that morning, whenever I went and got her, and I mean, she wasn't like depressed or angry or anything like that. I mean, she was, you know, irritated when she would talk about that, but not like just crabby and,
Yeah.
you know. And that's why when she tells me, you know, that she wants to go to beer, that I didn't really think much of it at all.
Sure. Nice to adult. So y'all went out to the Milton Farm. Do you recall how you got out there, or which?
This is the interstate, I mean, it's 87.
And how does that, now that's your family's farm, or Zach's family?
Mine.
How does that work? Do y'all just kind of go freely when you want, or do you have to like tell someone you're coming?
No, I can just go out there.
Does anyone live out there? Okay. And how long were y'all out there roughly?
I don't know. 30 minutes maybe.
And this is, you said off of Highway 87, and so it was on 90? That stretches all the way out through Milton?
Right.
Okay. And I'm stick around here for the most
I
part.
guess if you don't know where Tori does live,
Yeah. Yeah, I stick pretty much where I'm needed. And that's just kind of locally, right around here. So, so y'all went out there 87 to 90 and hit the farm. I was there for a couple hours. Do you recall anything, her attitude or what it was like out there?
I mean, she was just the same. I mean, she wasn't in a bad mood. I mean, she wasn't the happiest I've ever seen her, but she wasn't crabby or, you know, out of sorts or sad or, you know, she kind of.
Was there any other family out at the farm when y'all went out there? Okay. What did y'all do?
We just walked around and looked at the animals, and she hopped on one of the horses bareback for a minute and
Go around, that's it?
as we went around. Well, she was telling me about her, I guess, Nancy in Tallahassee has animals, and they just have been there not much long before that.
Okay. So, she seemed relatively normal outside of being a little frustrated over the whole thing. Was she like highly intoxicated at any point?
Oh no, she probably only had, 2 beers throughout the whole time I was with her, but, I mean, I just thought it was odd that she was drinking them. I mean, that's not what I started my day with, you know.
Sure, well, I mean, each their own. So y'all left the farm in Milton and went where?
Back to my house.
Okay, and can you kind of walk me through that drive? Anything that stood out to you that you can remember? Do you recall, I know it's been a month, but do you recall, like, which roads you may have taken back?
Maybe take the highway or Fairfield, or how I would usually go to the interstate to Fairfield, or.
Okay. Can you go back? Good.
No, go ahead.
So you get back to the house, then what?
Then I went inside. And then that's when she left.
Okay. I think you mentioned something about another phone that she may have had. Is that
Right.
what's going on with that?
I don't know. I've never seen her with it before that day.
Okay. Anything that stands out about it? Has her ever mentioned any cellular provider she had?
No. The only thing I ever thought that was odd is because her number was the South Florida number.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't think any of her phones were in her name.
Right before y'all parted ways, what was her attitude like?
I didn't get the impression that she was overly stressed or anxious, or I just didn't think anything of it when she said, I think I'm gonna have a beer. Okay, it's just sitting.
When she spoke about Drake, or when you saw her around Drake, what was that like? Did she seem, I mean, as a mother yourself, how did
I
she
didn't
seem?
even know she had a son until this summer. She never really talked about him that much.
Did she ever talk about calling him or anything like that?
No, like I said, I didn't know that she had him until, she just never ever mentioned it. But, then in the course of summer, he came down some, and she, that's when I met him and whatever, and I had to watch him those 2 days.
How was he?
He's a great kid. Smart, full of energy, well-spoken. He's a good kid.
As a mother yourself, what kind of person do you think it takes to just leave a child like that?
I wouldn't leave mine.
Do you think that Taylor had that personality, or was that kind of person that she could do that?
Well, I would say no, but I also know that she did tell me that she never wanted children.
And this is her biological child. This wasn't like Jeff's kid
No,
that she
this
came
is
in
her
the picture.
biological child.
Okay.
And I
And
think she had that discussion maybe with Cass too. I don't know, but we were talking about her, whether she liked girls or guys and why. And she said that part of the time she felt like she was with Jeff because she felt like that's what she needed to do. She needed to get married to the hunky guy and have a child, and but it wasn't her ultimate lifestyle or whatever,
it was like the family.
Right.
Just I'm sticking my card hole.
Yeah. Do you have anything?
I do. When I obviously told you we checked into the bank stuff.
Oh, sure.
When we checked into your phone calls, do you remember dialing 911?
the morning, that morning?
Oh.
Tell me what happened.
Early that morning?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay, yeah, tell me what happened.
Okay. I do know.
I figured that would stick out in your mind.
911 or
You called 911 and the police department.
Okay, I don't remember calling 911, but I remember calling the police department. It's because, no, it's fine. I remember doing it, I'll tell you why. Because there was a fight at Babe's prior to that, and we were checking to see if somebody had a warrant. We asked the desk sergeant if there was a warrant for 2 people.
Okay. Like people that y'all didn't like that were there?
No, like, Brandon wanted to know if he had a warrant. Yeah.
Why do you have a warrant?
Because of this fight. There was a fight prior to that at Babe, and so he didn't know. Like, there was a bunch of people involved, I guess, in it, and I don't know that he was in it. I don't think he was in the fight, but
That day?
no, like a week or so before. And I guess there was a whole bunch of people involved, and he was trying to make sure that he wasn't like one of the people that was, because they fight up there all the time. Like, there's constantly some sort of silliness going on. And he is the tugboat captain with Coast Guard. I mean, so he can't be like involved in any kind of like.
Brandon is?
Yeah. So any kind of shady whatever. And so he was like, I hope I don't have some work for this fight, because all these people were, they get a parking lot full of whatever, and then they're all pushing each other.
Mention this. Did you and Brandon witness a wreck on the bridge that morning?
Oh, yes, okay, now I remember. The days run together. Yes, a car hit the side rail, and we called FHP responded.
Okay. Did he attempt to call from his phone? Did it die or something like that?
That I don't know.
Were you all in the same car together?
No, we're in some cars.
Who was with you?
Nobody.
Who was with him?
Nobody.
Okay. Where were y'all headed to?
His boat.
And where's his boat kept at?
Island Cove Marina.
Where's that at?
Off of Burgess, first ridge of the lake.
Like off of Wise Lane, I think it is. Is that Wise? You go across the bridge?
Go across the bridge from there.
Okay, I think that's Wise. Okay. All right. Do you know how cell towers work and how phones communicate with cell towers? Okay. What happens is your phone,
I mean, I'm sure they.
it's still communicating with the tower. Even
Oh, yeah.
if it's in this building,
Sure.
it's telling us, that way it knows if you get a call, it picks up the tower with a strength. Okay. And based off that, the tower can tell you what sector of the tower you're communicating with. I'm not an artist, so I'm gonna try to
That's okay.
draw this the best that I can. Let's say like the tower's right in the middle here. And that tower covers that much area.
Right.
So most towers have 3 different sides on it. So it'll kind of equal into a pie like that. And it can tell you if you're on this sector, this sector, and this sector. And we have got all these things right here. I'll show you what it looks like. Are basically what I tried to draw. Like right here, at 9:05 in the morning,
Right.
your phone was communicating with this tower.
Gotcha.
And it was somewhere in this sector. Probably at your house.
Right.
This would apply to your house. Now, the phone that Brandon has, is it in your name?
Mhm.
Okay. How does Zach know that you have a phone? He has a phone in your name?
No.
Okay. We don't plan on telling him. Nothing we talk about here goes back to Zach. And I hope you do us the same
Oh,
favor.
yeah.
Nothing needs to go back to Zach. I don't know how much trouble it would cost between you two, and we're not here to cause you any trouble
That's fine.
with Zach. And I don't want no problem with Zach either. But when we started plotting all the phone calls that you and Taylor were making that day, there were some discrepancies in what you had told us.
Okay.
Okay. We know that you didn't go to Milton when you said you went to Milton.
I think that's nothing.
Not when you said you went to go.
Oh, well, I don't know what.
You went that evening,
Oh, okay.
around 7:30, 8 o'clock. Maybe you went to dinner out there or something.
We just go to dinner out there.
Who all went to dinner out there with you?
Me and Zach.
You and Zach. Okay. Where'd y'all eat at? Nothing good. I don't know about that. I have no reason to go to Santa Rosa County. No, I stay out on, by the Walmart there on Blue Angel, and I have no reason to leave that area. Okay, so there are some discrepancies, but again, we'll go over that all with you here in a minute. We're just trying to, get everything out here. How often do you talk to this Kyle Brett guy?
Probably a couple times a day.
When I say talk, text, or voice.
Right.
Okay. Do you remember talking to him that day on the 8th?
Probably.
You know what y'all would have spoke about?
Probably school or something.
Do you know if he was at home that day?
I don't think he was. I don't know. I don't know. I think he was at his house.
He was his aunt. Where does she stay? Now, who is Kyle's parents?
My aunt and uncle.
What's their names?
Karen and Britt.
Karen Brett. And what's his name?
Carl.
Karen and Carl. Okay. Now, where do they stay?
Jacksonville.
Do they have any property here in Florida?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't say Florida, because Jacksonville is Florida. Any property here in Escambia County?
Yeah.
Okay, where's that at?
That is off of Beulah Road 2. Or, no, off of 297.
Okay. Now, do you travel out there a lot to their property?
Not a whole lot.
Do you travel more to their property or more to your aunt's property in Milton? Okay. When's the last time you think you went out to the property in Beulah? Or 297, whatever you call it?
Probably.
Yeah. Was Kyle there when you went? Okay. Who was there? Where was the person going out?
My aunt was here and I thought I'd say hi to him.
Okay. Was she visiting?
Mm-hmm.
Dinner or just out to say hello?
We did brunch.
Okay. So you're out there early?
Yeah.
Mid-morning?
There's another phone.
All right. What is Kyle's number? Do you know off the top of your head by chance? Yeah, I couldn't tell you my wife's number if I had to. It's just save this as Anna in my phone. Do you know if it's a local number or if it's a long distance number?
I don't know either.
Do you call the aunt is he your aunt, his parents? Do you call them? How often do you speak to them?
It just depends. I mean, 1 week we might talk 15, 20 times. The next week we might not talk for a week. It just depends on, you know.
Hey, shoot. Here's some. Where's that other thing I want to show? Well, I want to go back to the cow stuff here for a minute. This right here. Is this that check you were talking about earlier?
Mm-hmm.
That's totally could be explained on what's
Yeah, that's why. I think this is we're trying. Do you know whose signature that is?
Says Taylor's name, but it doesn't really look like her signature.
Would you have maybe wrote her name on there by chance?
Probably not.
And look, if y'all are on the account together and you have
No.
permission to,
Oh,
well, that's what we're getting at is, do you have permission to?
oh, I didn't, I mean, she told me to deposit all the checks that I deposited. There should be several others as
There are.
well.
There's this one, right? You want to put that one in there? Is that clearly Taylor's signature?
I mean, it looks like her signature is usually more bubbly.
But it's different, obviously those two signatures are different.
Oh, sure.
Correct.
But
Okay, you would agree with that too, right?
Oh, yeah.
How about this one? Is this one you would have put in there, you think?
Yeah, probably.
And what about that signature?
This is what her signature usually looks like. It's more bubbly.
These two seem more similar than this one to those, correct? That's why I was asking earlier if you've ever signed her name to something. Personally, I don't care if she's telling you can, that's fine.
I don't know, but I mean,
Dealings
like,
with the bank.
she just, I mean, we are,
Well, is this your signature?
Mhm.
To me, that looks more to that kind of writing. But again, I'm not a handwriting expert. I've never claimed to be a handwriting expert. But all these signatures are yours, correct?
right.
Okay, that's just those items. Sorry for the, again, it's not an issue with me. I just need, if you wrote that, that's fine. I just need to know if you wrote it.
I didn't, but I'm not really, I mean, it doesn't look like her signature to me either.
Did Zach have written her name on there?
In fact, we could use that account ever.
So,
I mean, I know that I deposited this.
okay. What happened to this money after you deposited it?
A lot of it I used because it was payment for the money that I had been given her.
I mean, she knew that you were gonna do that with that check?
Oh, yeah.
And that's fine, it's a
That's why
joint account.
that's why we did the account for them.
So what we did is we had the ability to plot all your phone calls for that day, where you were. Taylor. And this, it all starts at 9:05, okay? So 9:05, you're probably at home.
Right.
We got that one. 8:15, you're probably at home. 9:05. 9:13. 9:15. And it's the same tower, just, well, it's a different tower, this is on the south side of your house, but what it does is there's 3 towers, and your phone will communicate with the one that's got the best signal.
Right.
And that's how it knows what, that's how you always know to drop a ball. It looks like you're moving here, this may have been, I don't know where you may have been going, but it was 9:51. Do you know about what time y'all went over to your office after you picked her up? That should be 10:13, you know where y'all may have been going. You know what's about the time you picked her up? Let me ask you that. That may be easier.
Probably, I thought it was about 10:30, but I could be wrong.
And for some reason, it didn't capture any more towers from 10:30 to 12:10. Okay. Now, at 12:10, you are in here. We know that your aunt and uncle and Kyle own the farm there on Britt Road.
Right.
And it's showing that you're probably near that farm, or if not, at that farm. And you're there when, this is the time when you're telling us that you're probably in Milton or headed towards Milton. Because it's 12:10 in the afternoon.
We were still on the Beulah side then.
Yeah, but if you're at that Tom Thumb, it's gonna be covering down here. Not up here. The Tom Thumb is not covered by this tower. Okay. 1210, 1222, 1246, you're still covering the farm. 1247, 1301, or sorry, 1311, which is 111.
Do you recall who had been calling?
There's no telling, like, I get so many calls each day.
You're out here for quite a while. Then you leave around, at least at 1344, your phone's not communicating with the part of the tower that covers the railroad. What were y'all doing out there at this farm? You know y'all were there.
We picked up some, stuff that Taylor had there that
What was there?
that she had stored, some kind of lockbox that she had,
Why would you not tell us that originally?
because she asked me not to tell anyone ever.
That's not going to fly.
I gotcha.
Okay. Did you text Kyle that day asking if he was at home?
That I don't know. Probably not. I mean, he wouldn't care if I was there.
Would you have contacted anyone and asked if anyone else was gonna be out there?
No.
When did you and Taylor take this safe and lockbox out there?
2 weeks before.
Okay. And who has access to that lockbox?
She does.
What was in it?
That I don't know.
Didn't see y'all left there. Where'd y'all go?
Probably.
Absolutely. You're trying to find closure.
No, I
Is it
totally understand.
Do you go back out to this farm after y'all leave?
To set her box up?
I'm asking you, do you go back out to the farm after y'all leave?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I mean, since that day was not that eventful for us.
Beg to differ. I beg to differ with you there. Was Mr. Beatty with y'all when y'all went out there?
No.
He wasn't with y'all?
He's not gonna have any towers showing out there.
Not that I know of.
So it was just you and her?
Mhm.
Nobody else? Zach wasn't with you?
Did you call and have anyone come meet you out there, or text come meet you out there?
No.
Okay.
So you leave, looks like maybe you go back to your house. I don't know where y'all go. This is at 157.
Right.
When you leave there, that's always important. When y'all leave there, where do y'all go?
I don't really know. I mean, like I said, it wasn't like, we were just really kind of riding around.
What was going through your mind at that time?
What do you mean?
What were you thinking about?
Nothing really. No. It was just kind of like a regular day.
Regular day? If it's so regular, why would they tell us about this? Even if she didn't want you to tell us about it, we're working a missing person case where your friend for over a year is missing.
I honestly didn't think it was very important to this at all.
Why was the rest of the day important though?
I mean, really, that whole day was not, I mean, like, us going to my office for the new
I
guy.
think something happened and you're trying to forget about it, personally. Okay. And that's fine. That's fine.
Here's the thing.
Because
You tell us that y'all went out to Milton and road courses.
Right.
Honestly, did that happen?
Yes, it did.
So you'll have cell tower hits.
There
out
should
in
be
Milton.
cell tower hits in Milton at some point in that day.
Not when you're having dinner with Zach,
No,
but after you left Beulah.
there should be,
I'm telling you now, there's none.
well,
After you got there with that.
phone calls.
So you have phone calls all day, because here's your phone
Oh,
record,
sure.
160 pages worth.
Oh, I understand.
All right, so you go back out there. When you say you're not sure if you went back out, probably didn't. You actually did go back out there at 2:45. And you're out there for quite a while again.
So really, in essence, you spent, it seems like at least a large portion of the majority of your day out here,
It really wasn't, though. I mean, we were
several hours.
here and
You're still there. And you're still there. Yeah, you're still
And
there.
look, at
just
it,
made fun.
Yeah, there's two different phone calls. There's two different.
Gotcha.
so, like Chad said, you know, I feel there's a reason you don't want to tell us this, but the thing is, I know you're not a bad person, right? This is a person, you're someone who tells me that if your friend goes in the hospital, when you're going on a vacation, right, to probably one of the funnest cities in the Southeast region. Would you agree? Right? Awesome. So you're going to this place that's going to be a blast with friends that are going to be fun to be around,
Oh, sure.
right? And then you have one of your friends who goes to the hospital. Instead of you going out with other people who continue to go on and have fun, am I right?
Right.
Cassandra and Taylor, you say, you know what? My friend's more important. I'm going to the hospital with my friend,
Right.
right? Not only did you do that, you told me that you went back to Pensacola, took care of business that you had no choice but to take care of. And instead of going on about your merry way, you drove back over here, back over to New Orleans to see your friend and check on your friend. I can tell you now, I have probably very few, if any, friends that I would do that for.
Right.
Which tells me that you're probably a nicer person than I am, right? And I believe that. I believe that story. I believe without a doubt that you went back just to check on your friend and to see how she was. And only a decent person would do that, right? You have nothing, what do you have to gain by driving all the way back to New
No,
Orleans?
I agree.
So, you know, again, we're talking about a little baby boy who's missing his mom, and we need to let him know what happened.
I don't know.
That's this. Why did you go back out to that farm on Wright Road the next morning?
Maybe to feed horses? I don't know.
Was that something you normally do? Because we don't find you going back out there too many times.
No, it just depends on what they have going on.
So when's the last time you remember putting your eyes on Taylor?
When we're at my house.
That afternoon,
Right.
or that early evening time?
Right.
On the 8th, not tonight, on the 8th.
You went to the Tatum's wedding, right?
Yes.
You and Zach.
Right.
And where's that?
That was in Robertsville.
About what time was the wedding?
I don't know. I think it was an afternoon.
Did y'all stay for both the ceremony and a little bit for the reception?
That stayed the whole time. I didn't.
Do you know about what time you left?
I don't know either. But it probably wasn't late.
What did you drive out there?
The Jeep.
What did Zach drive?
He rode back with, no, we drove the truck. He rode back with, Wilson.
So you left in the truck or the Jeep?
The Jeep.
Which Jeep?
Or you said you drove the truck out of that car? I'm confused now.
I don't know. I don't really remember what we drove, but probably either the truck or the Jeep.
What vehicle did Ashley leave her personal property in at your house?
She had some in the Jeep and some in the truck.
What property did she have in the Jeep?
Her wings and stuff and
In the Jeep?
yeah, the box maybe.
When did she leave in the truck?
I don't know, maybe hot some other stuff.
Have you collected all that property up?
Mhm.
And you've given it back to Cassandra, or do you still have some of it?
No, I don't have any.
You've given everything back to Cassandra that was in the truck? Okay. Are those vehicles like really messy?
I mean, depends on the day.
Do you recall if on those days those vehicles were filled with a bunch of stuff?
It's possible.
When you're at the wedding,
Mhm.
this is the tower your phone was bouncing off of,
Mhm.
or communicating with.
Mhm.
Now, we did the same thing for Taylor's phone.
Mhm.
Okay. This is the day of her disappearance.
Right,
She's either at your house or probably at her house at 9/11.
right.
Because, Cassandra said she didn't leave until closer to 10 o'clock, she thought. Okay. So she had 2 phone calls at around 9/11. 9:13, she's still at the same house, probably. 9:48, she's at the same area. 10:10, same tower, same sector of the tower.
Right,
Okay. Could be your house or her house.
Right.
Probably her house. Because she calls either FHP or FDLE is who this number comes back to.
okay.
It's a state phone. Do you remember making a phone call to one of them while y'all were together?
No, but,
All right. So the next morning, her phone, this is the day after she was disappeared.
right,
At 2017,
Mhm.
that's 8/17, the first phone call. Her phone is communicating with the tower that covers your house.
Okay.
Not her house, your house. Again, same tower,
right,
same place. 8/20, all these are incoming calls, they're not outgoing calls.
right,
Same tower covering your house.
right,
9/11, her phone's obviously moving, because it's over here off of 9 Mile and the interstate somewhere,
Mhm.
somewhere in that area. Still moving, 7:53.
Mhm.
17:53, so, the time goes backwards, it arrives back at your house later on that evening.
right.
Your phone and her phone is communicating off the same tower,
Mhm.
8 minutes apart. Why do you have her phone, or why is she with you?
She wasn't with me, and I was unaware that I had her phone.
How did you get her phone?
I don't know that I have her phone. I mean, it could have been in the stuff that she had in the vehicle, but
Here's the problem with that. You say you got a text message from her the evening of the 8th, saying, hey, I'm okay, I just gotta get away and get my head clear.
Mhm.
That's not possible.
So the phone was,
You have her phone.
I don't have her phone.
well, at that point, at that time, a text came from her phone to your phone, according to you, saying,
Well, I mean, that's what popped up on my phone.
what?
I mean, I had a message pop up on my phone.
How did her phone end up back in your truck?
That I don't know. I mean, that's what I mean. I don't know that it ever left. I just got her stuff and took it to Cass.
Well, supposedly she left with her phone because she sent you a text message, is what you're saying.
She had 2 phones.
Okay, but the phone that she sent you a text message on is the same phone that tower ping's hitting off of.
It may be, but that I have no idea.
Where is Taylor at?
I have no
You need to tell us where she's at.
I don't know where Taylor is. I don't have a clue.
Well, if you were put in a situation where someone pushed you to do something for whatever reason, maybe against your will, perhaps in self-defense, if something happened and you're scared, don't be scared. Okay, if something happened, like I said, you're not a bad person. You're not a career criminal. This is a person who's traveled across states to take care of a friend. If something happened, tell us.
I don't know where she is.
We have a detective talking to Kyle right now. We know you got text Kyle and asked him if he was at that farm on the 8th. Multiple times.
May have. I mean, I don't.
Then you withhold that information from us. The person who is trying to help a friend out, who cares for their friends, doesn't lie to the police when they are looking for them.
I didn't think that was.
Tell me what you did to her.
I didn't do anything to her.
Tell me what Zach did.
Somebody harmed her, and she's probably out of that farm.
Zach, it was never even around her.
Kyle,
Kyle's never been around her.
Brandon.
Never been around her.
So that leaves you.
So you're the only one that was with her on this day at this farm that you did not disclose to us.
I didn't do anything to
You say
her.
this, if she's at that farm, we're gonna find her because we're executing a search warrant out there right now.
That's fine, but she's not gonna be there.
Then where's she at?
I don't know where she
Where's
is.
her body at?
I don't know where she is.
She's dead though.
I
You know
don't
that?
believe that. I don't
Ashley,
believe that at all.
the thing is we know that you had knowledge that phone was there because a text was sent to your phone from that phone. It was in your possession. It was at the same location. So either Taylor was sitting in your bedroom with you, right, texting you, and you somehow didn't know, and then stayed in your car with you and communicated with other individuals the entire next day, all the way out of the wedding, went to this wedding, and was hiding in your car. There's no way humanly possible that you didn't have knowledge of the phone.
That I don't.
The thing is, I think that
Some information from me. All right, nope. Hold on. We're gonna hear from the husband because I think we need to, don't you? Because this motherfucker here, he's a liar. Why are you always lying, ma'am? All right, here we go. Hold on. Hold up. Present the screen. Blur.
Ever interrogate anybody in here?
Years. I mean, I've been with people. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a long time now. I left in like 2012.
What caused you to leave? She's a.
What's up, Bubba?
Hey, buddy.
Hey there.
Tim Barnes. Nice to meet you.
All right.
All right, well, I appreciate you coming in here. Obviously, you know what this is all about. We're trying to get you in and out as quick as we can. I know you got things to do. I know you've got things to do.
Yeah, I actually have to be in court at 1:30, but if we get past that, I'll figure something out.
Okay.
I know that we were late, so.
All right. Well, just if I lose track of time, just let me know. And
I know.
give me a little heads up.
Okay.
We're gonna kind of go over just what all information you may have for us to help this situation out.
Whatever
Okay.
you need.
So I'm just going to jump right on into it. Can you tell me how you came to know Taylor?
Through working PI cases.
Okay. And when was that you met her?
I don't know. It's probably been over a year, maybe. She was working. She and I both were working with Greg Sievers.
Mm-hmm.
We worked some cases together, and then I worked maybe a couple for her.
Out of Pensacola here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but we worked in Santa Rosa and wherever the cases were. That's it. We just became friends.
Okay. And in that time, did you guys ever have a falling out or?
Never. From doing this job for so long, Taylor was not, she just wasn't, like I would just pick up little lies from her. So, and stuff just didn't start seeming right. And she would disappear for days. You couldn't get her on the phone. Greg and I would try to call her. You couldn't get her on the phone. And so she'd come over to our house every now and then. She met my wife. They became friends. And I remember asking my wife, I'm like, you think she's got a drug problem? She would go in the bathroom for a while. I mean, longer than normal. So I started figuring out that maybe she had a drug problem. I don't associate with that. I'm still trying to get on with an agency. I don't go around that. For years, I didn't talk to my own brother because of the lifestyle they live. Like, I just don't, I mean, you know me, I don't associate with people so I cut ties with her. I took her off my Facebook and I quit talking to her.
Okay. When's the last time that you think that you talked to Taylor?
I know when I was in DC in April or March, Ash and I were in DC, and she was wanting to go in our house to either do a report or print something out. And I was like, no, you're not going in our house. I mean, I just had bad feelings about the girl, something, and I didn't want her, going in our house if we wasn't there. And Savannah was still there with a friend. So I told Savannah to lock the door because a lot of times we just left the door unlocked at the house, and I didn't want her to just go on in there. So, and then the last two texts that it was probably a few months back, I don't know how many months, she texted me one time, hey, can you call me? I never responded to her. And then one time she texted me and said, hey, I got a job somewhere. So, and I never responded back to her. So I cut ties with her.
Now, do you know if Ashley and Taylor continue to
Yeah,
keep a relationship?
They did. And Ash is the kind of person that will go out of her way to help anybody. I know Ash was helping her move from her girlfriend's house, or move from one girl's house to another girlfriend's house. And I know they stayed in touch like that. And I told Ash, just don't bring her around me because I'm trying to get hired on. I thought she had a drug problem. Ash kind of thought
Did you ever see anything though?
No,
that?
she carried a bag. She had a little bag that she just she just guarded with her. And I just knew something wasn't right. I knew, have y'all talked to Jess Wood at all about her?
I have not.
They were hanging out for a little bit.
How far back does that go?
Just before Jess started dating this new girl. So, and I know that there was a night that Taylor was staying at Jess's house and she just disappeared for hours. And me and Jess both were like, something's up with her. I mean, something wasn't right with the girl. And we just didn't trust her. And me and Jess were like, man, Jess was like, yeah, we don't need to be around her. So.
Well, do you know how recently Ashley and Taylor were still friends hanging out, talking on the phone, whatever?
I thought they were trying to help. I remember Taylor. She said Taylor used her box truck to move stuff and just ended up leaving her belongings in the truck. And I was like, when is she gonna come get all the stuff out of your truck? And it was still, I think it sat at the girlfriend's house from what Ash told me for a little bit until they took it to their office on Pace Boulevard.
Okay. And that was kind of around the time that she ended up going missing?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah, some around then.
Now, when did you find out about that?
That she went missing?
Mm-hmm.
When the city come by, and they were like, hey, she's been missing, and they said that Ash was one of the last ones to be around her, so they just wanted to come do a walk. And I was like, come on in. And I told them then, I was like, man, I think the girl's got a drug problem. She may be off somewhere doing some dope or whatever. I said she's not quite honest, and I think she's got a drug problem.
Was that patrol that came by or detectives?
No, that was Will Hyde and I can't remember.
Gigliotti?
Yeah, Gigliotti. Super nice guys. I love Will Hyde. He's a good dude. They come through, walk through the house, and then Ash left with them to go give a statement. And that was it.
Okay. Was that when she ended up, they took her phone or whatever?
I think so.
Okay.
I think she volunteered and gave it to him or whatever.
Okay.
Do you know if Ashley and Taylor were ever in a romantic relationship? To your
Ash didn't
knowledge?
like girls. Ash did not like girls. But now Taylor said, I mean, I know she was married and I've heard her say she dated dudes, but I never saw her nothing but all she talked about was girls. That's it. So no, no. Ash didn't, she didn't like girls. I mean, no, I don't see that at all.
Well, I mean, I'm sure now you've read the news and everything,
Yeah,
so you know.
shit's flying everywhere, and I've read all kind of, yes.
So you kind of know the date that we're talking about. Have you had a chance to go back and pinpoint where you were on the 8th of September?
It's I can't remember shit, but I'm trying to do the very best I can so I could tell y'all the best I can. I know I ate at lunch at the seafood. I went to the bank yesterday to pull my statement. I know I ate lunch at the seafood place at 9 Mile in Pine Forest. I ate there. And I remember eating by myself, and I remember Ash not being able to make it because she was tied up with work. So I ate by myself. I don't know if it was before or after that. I went by a friend's house, Jennifer Rowlands.
Back up, just say, how did you end up paying? Did you pay for cash or did you use
I always my debit card. That's generally what I use is that one. That's the only thing I got is that debit card.
And who is that through?
Wells Fargo.
Okay. So you had to use your debit card there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, what were you doing up in that area?
I mean, I eat there all the time. I mean, I'm from up that way, so I know people everywhere up that way. But I did go by Jennifer's house, I think before that.
Now, Jennifer
Rowland, yeah.
And you think that was before lunch?
I think so, yeah.
Is that just a friend of yours?
Yeah.
Do you have a phone number for her or
I don't.
anything? Okay. How long do you think that you were with Jennifer?
Maybe an hour, and I don't remember. Maybe an hour.
Now, where's her house at?
Off of Bowman. Go down Bowman. I think it starts with a W. I can't remember. I mean, I can remember how to get there, but
How do you get there?
you turn off 9 Mile,
Mm-hmm.
go north, and then you go up a couple streets, take a right, and then you go to, is it Waldridge? Maybe Waldridge, you remember?
Probably
Waldridge, something like that. I was there maybe an hour, and I think that's when I went to eat. And
before or after?
I don't remember if I went. I'm thinking I went to eat after. I'm not positive. I'm not 100%. So, but I went to the bank yesterday, pulled my statement to try to figure out the best I could.
Did you bring them in?
No, I forgot them.
Okay. You have them though?
Yeah.
You willing to hand those over?
Absolutely.
Okay.
No problem.
All right. So, were you trying to make arrangements with Ashley to meet up for lunch?
Yeah,
that
I
day?
just always, if she, I mean, I love, would have loved it. And she just said she was tied up with work.
Okay. All right. And do you remember what you did after eating lunch?
I guess I went home. I have a charge on there for Popeyes that night. So I remember at some point going to Popeyes Chicken on Cervantes. And I remember I had the doors off my Jeep and it was a little chilly. And I remember having to wait on my food for a little bit. So I went to Popeyes and I was by myself. Ash wasn't home. So.
Do you know where she was?
A lot of times she would hang out at the pool hall up there at Sticks or whatever with her girlfriends or whatever. So maybe there. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if she, well, first of all, I guess you have a grandmother that lives out in Milton.
Mhm.
Is that right? Does she go visit her very
My grandma?
often?
Just when we go over there.
Okay. Do you know if she went out there anytime without you back in September?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Would your grandmother have told you? Would it have been unusual and she just said,
Yeah, she would have told me.
okay. Do you know anybody that lives out in Milton?
Just my parents and boy daddy, Boylan, I don't know anybody else off the top of my head, but yeah.
Well, while we're on that topic, at one point in time, the family or you, there was a farm that was out in Milton
That's
at
her
some
family.
point.
That was her family's farm out there.
Who, Ashley's?
Yeah.
I mean, but had you ever been out there, you?
The farm out there in Milton, it's been years.
Do they still own it?
Her family does, yeah. I guess her uncle owns it.
Where is it?
East Milton, out off by the railroad tracks down there.
Okay, kind of where the sheriff's office
Yeah,
is?
yeah.
Like you go into Harold or whatever?
Yep, yeah.
Do you know anything about this money that Taylor had given you all?
No, absolutely not. She's never given me anything. Absolutely, but I mean, I read in the online or whatever what you're talking about. No, I've never got anything like from that. No.
Okay. Do you know anything about your finances?
No, to be honest, I give her when I work a case or like, and I got a settlement from my attorney, I hand it straight to Ash. She takes care of everything.
How much was that check for?
One check was almost 50 and the other check was almost 10. So almost approximately 60. I handed it straight to her.
You didn't ever, you don't want,
I've never even logged in.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Never
Never.
looked on the account or gone to an ATM and pulled up account balance or anything
No,
of
the
that
only
nature?
time I've ever went to an ATM, like if I got a new ATM card, because I've had some that went bad or whatever, and no, never. I don't mess with it whatsoever. She always did.
And those checks that you said that were yours that you signed over, when was that?
One was in March, and the other one was in July.
The big one first or the
Yeah,
small
big
one?
one first, and then the small one.
Okay. And who was the attorney on that?
John Gann.
Is he here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know anything about your bills as far as how much you owe on credit cards or anything
She
like that?
pays everything. She takes care of it all, every single bit of it.
Is there any indication that you guys are in financial trouble?
No, I thought I'm living off my settlement I just got, and plus she works every day. I mean, I haven't worked in a few months doing the PI stuff, but I didn't know we had any financial problems at all. No, I mean, I just got $60,000. I don't.
Have you checked to see if that money's
From
still
what I
there?
understand, everything's gone.
Where do you think it went?
I don't know.
When did you come to find out that your money or the money that was in your account or y'all's account was missing?
I guess after all this investigation started in the room, I don't know who said that, hey, all the accounts are dry, and I hear she's got like 13 accounts. I didn't know that, but I mean, she runs her business, so I don't know. I don't have any clue about our bank account. She pays everything, every single bit of it.
Do you know how much money she makes?
I heard her mother say one time that her mother said 45. Her mother told my buddy Durwood. Durwood told me that she made 45,000. I mean, I thought she did well. We've never really talked about it, I just thought she did well with that business. They've had that business forever, and that's it. I feel stupid now not knowing,
Well, think about this in layman's terms of reality. I mean, the things you were able to do and the things that you have, you think $45,000 would cover that?
I'm just assuming that she did very well with the business, because I mean, she ran that business, it used to be her dad's business. She ran the business, and, I knew I got my money from my settlement. So I didn't think we had any problems whatsoever.
Well, what about prior to the settlement, financial wise, prior to March, and then whenever you said
I just thought we were living off the money she made.
Okay.
We really, I mean, I don't think we've been doing much in the last year or so. I mean, I've been going off with my sheepdog people, and they fund all of that. They've done a lot for me. They foot that. So I haven't, and all I've been trying to do is, like, I've been out of town trying to get some jobs at some other agencies and stuff like that. So
The property up on Britt Road,
Mhm.
and that's owned by her aunt and uncle.
Mhm.
Have you ever been out there?
Yeah.
When's the last time you think you were out there?
the last time I went out there is when I traded my 4-wheeler for a side by side, and that's the last time I've been. Before that, it was I couldn't tell you.
Well, when was that?
A couple months back.
Do you think that it would have been before this happened or after?
Probably before.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you know anything about a trailer?
I've got
Out there?
a little bitty trailer that is my side by side wouldn't fit on it, so I just left it out there. I was going to get her cousin to maybe replace the wood on it or whatever.
Okay. Now her cousin Kyle?
Yeah.
Do you know him?
Not very well, no.
Have you met him a few times?
Yeah.
or
I
just
mean, I've
talked
been
on the
around him. He's
phone?
come over to the house, and we went to a wedding out there, I don't know, beginning of summer, whenever his brother got better. But that's it.
Okay. Do you ever talk to him on the phone?
I talked to him. He called. His mom called me after Ash got arrested, and she told me something about gave me Kyle's number, and I called, text Kyle, and said, "Hey, here's my number if you need me or whatever," and that was it.
Prior to that, have you ever spoken to him on the phone?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you have his phone number saved in your phone? or
Not until
anything?
the other day.
Okay. All right. Now that property on Britt Road, I understand that Ashley has a horse, or maybe Savannah has a horse
Savannah
out there. Does she go out there and check on the horse ever?
From when I mean, Ash would go out there all the time and check on the horse or feed, I mean, Ash would go out there and feed the horse or whatever they could do with the horse. I didn't ever fool with it. So
How often do you think that she would go out there? If you just had to guess.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Do you remember the last time that you knew she was up there?
I know she had to bring me a key to get in the gate to get my 4-wheeler out when I traded with that guy.
Even trade?
No, I paid $1,500 and my 4-wheeler.
You write a check
Mhm.
out of your account?
Yeah, that's the only one I used.
And it was made out to an individual?
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Do you remember who that was?
No, but I remember him living off of Nine Mile Road.
Did he own a business or something here in town?
He said he buys and sells shit all the time. I don't remember what he said he did.
Okay. Your phone number, the 554 number, do you always keep that on you?
Yeah, I reckon.
Do you ever loan it out to anybody?
No,
Okay.
no.
Would you
never.
ever loan it to anybody, or
No,
do you remember Ashley ever using it, taking it with her?
no, never.
Okay. Did it ever get lost or stolen or anything and get replaced?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. Do you know a friend named Audrey?
Yeah, that's Ash's friend
And do you know how she knows Audrey?
from the pool hall.
Have you ever met her before?
Yeah.
Did she come to your house, or
She'd come over a few times with Ash.
would you say that they're close friends?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Have you spoken to Audrey at all since all this happened?
No.
Who else does she hang out with at that pool hall?
Jessica, I've heard her. Jessica and the guy that owns it's Brandon, and she and him kind of hooked up back, and we kind of had an open relationship. I'm sure you already know that. So, and I'm assuming they would hook up every now and then or whatever, and then so whoever hangs out up there at the pool hall, I've never been in there, so.
Okay. You never.
I take that back. I went in there maybe over a year, maybe when I went out collecting with Ash before, we had to go in there maybe over a year ago, something like that.
Okay. But you never hung out there socially?
No.
Okay. Now this Brandon guy, I mean, let's be honest here. they had a relationship.
I didn't know they had a relationship. I thought they were just hooking up every now and then. I didn't know they had a relationship. I talked to him before. He told me that she was lying to him, she was lying to me, and I thought they were done. And then he called me when I was in DC and said that, was telling me, hey, she got arrested and that they were, I guess they were still talking or whatever. And I had no idea, I mean, I didn't care if she, just was hooking up with somebody, but I mean, I wouldn't want her to be in a relationship with nobody,
Did he tell you anything about anything that she had bought him?
Yep.
What did he
He
tell
said
you?
that she bought him a motorcycle.
Okay. And you had no idea about
None.
any of that?
Zero.
Okay. Did he tell you anything else that she'd bought him?
No, he said that but he said that she had bought him a motorcycle and and bought some of them other girls a couple things or whatever. And that was it.
The girls from the bar?
Yeah. And I'm assuming maybe her friends or whatever. That's all I remember.
Okay.
Do you know what those items were that for the girls?
He said a laptop. Has that, I don't remember.
Did he say anything else about it? I mean, because Brandon kind of likes to talk. He just kind of says whatever.
I don't remember, y'all. I was so stressed out and upset. I was so shocked when he told me that she had bought, and I didn't know whether to believe it or not, and I still don't. It's hard for me to believe and swallow that she would buy him something like that, and it hurts me, I don't remember him saying anything else. Not that I remember.
Have you talked to him any since then?
No, I don't think so.
Have you heard from any of her friends?
No. He did say, he said he was going to come to talk to the sheriff's office. Maybe he called me twice. I don't remember. It was either once or twice. I don't remember. I was very, very upset. So I really don't. It was either once or twice. And he said the sheriff's office wanted to talk to him and that he had hired, some attorney. And I'm like, all right,
When was that?
I guess the evening or afternoon that she got arrested.
Now, how did you find out that she got arrested?
I think her mom called me.
Okay. Do you remember what time of day that was?
It was during the day because I think it was during the day. And she said she had come home and then they come back over there and picked her up.
Did you know that she was going up to PPD?
Yeah, she said she was going to get her phone back.
Okay. I mean, when you find out all this happens, what'd you say? I mean,
I was just in shock. I mean, I didn't know what to do. I was in shock. I didn't know. I felt helpless and I didn't know what. I was just, man, I couldn't eat. I was just, it's my wife, I love her very much. I didn't know what to do. I felt helpless.
Did you ever think about maybe what happened to Taylor while she was missing?
I honestly just figured out. I was just thinking. I knew that she had that drug problem. I really thought, and I remember her.
Did you assume that, or you knew it?
Her girlfriend told Ash that she did. Now that I remember her.
This Cassandra girl?
Yes. So I was like, damn, I knew it. I'm never wrong judging people, ever. I was good at this job, and I was. So Cassandra told Ash, and I was like, I knew it. I knew she had, and I don't know what it was. I don't know what she was on, whether it was coke or heroin or what. And because whatever it was kept her, we wouldn't be able to get in touch with her for days or whatever. Greg couldn't get, he would call me and have me talk to her. I'm like, no, man, I ain't talked to her either. And Greg had heard she had a dope problem too. But Cassandra told Ash that, and I remember thinking to myself, I knew it. So Taylor was strange. I mean, she would just disappear. She disappeared from Jess's house that night, and I figured she was off just doing some dope somewhere.
What kind of drugs?
I think her girlfriend said cocaine.
Okay.
Pass out, I don't know. And I don't associate with people like that whatsoever. I don't want to be around them.
Well, I mean, the one thing that we do know is for a period of time that Ashley was communicating and was pretty tight with Taylor at some point.
Yeah.
So,
and
was that done away from you or your house?
I told Ash, I said, just don't. I said, I just don't bring her around our house. I don't want to be around her. And Ash is the type of person. She don't like confrontation. She don't want to. She don't want to argue with nobody, anything like that. She probably, I told Ash I don't want to be around her. So I don't want to be around anybody like that. I mean, I cut my own brother off because of that. So that ain't me. I don't roll like that.
Now, the day that Taylor disappeared, do you remember talking to Ashley on the phone or anything?
I'm sure we talk periodically throughout the day.
Do you remember talking on the phone to Ashley and hearing that Taylor was in the background?
Sometime at that, I don't remember that. I thought she was helping helping Taylor move those few days, or there was some time right then that she was helping Taylor move quite a bit, and Taylor had to borrow the box truck or something like that. So,
but do you remember, and you may not remember what day it was, but do you remember some conversation where you were speaking to Ashley on the phone and you heard Taylor in the background and you knew Taylor was with her?
No, I don't remember that. No.
Okay.
No.
Did Ashley start smoking cigarettes recently or something?
I don't think she ever quit, to be honest.
Okay.
What she smoked?
Seems like some kind of generic brand. I don't remember.
Don't know if it was like Newports or
It wasn't.
or
I mean,
Salem's or
Salem's. It was Salem's.
Okay.
Yeah.
While I'm thinking about it, going back to the day we were asking you your timeline about when you went and ate seafood, and then you went to this one girl's house or whatever, the day of the 8th.
Mm-hmm.
What were you driving that day?
My Jeep.
Your Jeep.
Yep.
And where were the other vehicles?
I don't know. I don't remember what Ash was in. I know Ash was around that time using my truck to help Taylor move. I know that. I know I was driving my Jeep.
Okay.
So there was a period of time that Ashley would drive the truck.
Yeah. I know she was driving my truck then to help Taylor move around those days. When Taylor was moving around those days, and Ash was driving my truck to help her move.
And you were driving your white Jeep or your black
My
Jeep?
white Jeep.
Okay, and then the black Jeep was
I'm sure it was in whichever one Ash was driving was sitting at the house.
okay. All right. So it wasn't in the shop or anything like that.
Black. I don't. The black Jeep, unless it was I got a lift put on it at some point, unless I don't remember. I don't think so. I don't think so.
And on the cigarettes, did she smoke regular lights, menthols?
I think I don't know much about. I ain't never smoked no cigarettes, so I mean, I think they were menthols, but I ain't sure. But I've seen her smoke different brands, but most of the time it was the
Salem's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you ever know her to drink during the day?
No.
Did she drink beer at
No.
all? No.
Mm-mm.
Did she just?
She
prefer
hardly ever
liquor, or-
drank. She told me she would have a shot up there at the pool hall every now and then, but that's it. Ash didn't really drink.
Did she use drugs?
No, I wouldn't have stayed with her. I ain't down, y'all. I'm not down like that. I don't like. Man, I'm a cop through and through. I don't fuck around with that. I don't want nothing, no part of it. I wouldn't have stayed. I would not stay with somebody that does that.
Do you ever recall, did you ever sign any signature cards or anything to be put on an account?
Not that- I mean, the accounts that I'm on, I mean, man, I've been on those accounts for so long. I mean, Ash could have brought probably, I never go to the bank, very seldom. So, I mean, I never, I mean, I couldn't tell you the last time I've been, Ash deals with all of that, every single bit of it.
Why did you end up canceling your credit card?
What credit card?
You had canceled a credit card and it was reported stolen or claimed to be stolen of that nature.
My debit card?
I don't know if it was a debit or a credit.
All I've
I'd have
had
to
is a
go
debit
back and
card.
look.
All I've had is a debit card.
Just one?
I've had probably 3 over, and but it's for the same account.
Okay.
So, and they just send me another one. One on my strip stopped working, and it wouldn't work. So,
Well, and going back, the reason why I asked you about if you'd ever signed a signature card or anything, because you, Ashley, and Taylor were all on an account
yeah,
together.
I asked the lady at the bank that yesterday. I asked her because I read that online, and I said, "What account am I supposedly on with them to?" And she told me it was that Purely Southern account, and that Taylor got put on there by a form.
Okay. But did you sign a form to be put on that account?
I'm sure Ash put me on that account when she opened it.
Well, what is that kind of?
It was our little T-shirt business that we tried to Ash fooled with a little bit years back or whatever. But I don't use that account.
Okay.
But I was on it because it was just our little, in case I needed to for the business or whatever. But I never did. I never did anything with it.
Okay. Do you own any 9mm
Yeah.
handguns? What kinds?
A Glock.
Just one or
Yeah. When I've got a lot of guns, so a lot. I think one Glock 9.
What model?
19.
19. Okay. And do you still have it?
Y'all got it.
We have it. Okay. Well, I don't know if we got it or the city.
The city,
has it.
whoever. I mean,
So-
from what I read off the thing, they got my Glock, my SIG, my other Glock 45. I can't remember. I mean, it was a bunch of shit on there.
Do you know how Taylor died?
For Ackerman told me that the girl was shot, and he heard that from Molchan.
So Ackerman told you, and he got it from Molchan?
Yeah.
Okay. And did he elaborate on anything else?
He just said that they thought the girl was shot.
Okay. Even though you said y'all were kind of in an open relationship, how'd you feel about your relationship? I mean, as far as just,
I thought, I loved her, and we were, the only reason we really wasn't getting along some was because just how to raise kids, Ash grew up silver spooned, I didn't, and, I want to teach Savannah responsibility and chores and stuff like that. I mean, that's the only thing we really argued about. And so it just caused that was their only problems. But I thought we were working on it, so I thought we'd be fine.
Did you ever buy Ashley a gun or anything of that nature?
Man, over the years, yeah. I bought her a 380 one time.
What kind?
PPK.
Okay. PPKS or PPK?
I don't remember.
Okay.
And it sat in a box on the bookshelf for I don't know how long. Yeah.
And does she carry a firearm?
I haven't seen her one in quite a while. Not at all. Mm-mm.
Do you own a 38
I-
airweight?
Yes. And she used to, that's the last thing I ever remember seeing her with was a 38 airweight. And that was, I haven't seen her with that in I don't know how long.
Holstered, unholstered, or?
I think it was in a Glock leather holster.
Like an oversized holster or something?
Yep.
How did she carry? When she would carry?
Oh, I'm sure she just throw it in her car or whatever. I don't know.
Did she carry a purse or anything like
Yeah.
that? You know, she would put it in her purse.
No, I never saw a gun in her purse. Mm-mm.
Okay.
As far as your truck is concerned, the 250, is there any reason for blood to be in that vehicle at all?
No. I mean, maybe deer blood in the back, you know, or pig or something like that. That's it.
But nothing on the inside?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay. I mean, I'm asking, did you kill or participate in the death
Absolutely
of?
not. I would
Let
not.
him ask this question.
Okay. Whatever.
Did you kill or participate, or do you have any knowledge?
Zero, Jason. Absolutely none. I don't want to be nowhere near it. No, nothing involved with it. Nothing. I know nothing about it.
What have you ever heard anybody mention of a black guy who goes by the name of T or anything of that nature?
Mm-mm.
Nothing.
No.
All right. Did you bring your phone with you?
Yeah, it's in the Jeep.
You have a problem if we download it?
I don't have a problem with anything. No, I don't. I mean, can you do it like quickly?
We'll do it if you're giving us permission to do it. As soon as we walk outside, I'll have our guys start dumping it and get it back to you.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
So, I mean, I will tell you, I mean, we do have your phone records.
Yeah,
and
I figured.
everything
I'm
of that
good.
nature
I
already.
figured. Yeah.
So, and I mean, bottom line is I'd either, help exonerate
Sure.
him or not. So,
Jake, I have no involvement with this whatsoever.
well, Zach, that's the whole idea of getting you up here, because I know you're in a tough situation because your wife's locked up
Right.
for a murder
Right.
charge right now. So, but like I tell everybody that sits in these chairs, to understand why somebody died, you also have to understand how they lived and who they hung around with, So that's the
get
whole
that.
idea.
I get that.
So-
I don't have no problem being here.
And I guess, I mean, the one thing from the get-go, and I know you're running short on time.
Well, but
uh,
still, I appreciate your concern. You knock it out.
that and it just I guess perplexes me that and this is talking to you, not about Ashley or anything else, is that I mean I may not, whether if I let my wife handle the finances or I did the finances or whatever, I got some type of idea of our money situation. If I could go to Dick's Sporting Goods and buy me a pair of shoes and the card's not going to be declined or anything of that nature. You know what I'm saying?
If it was over $100 or something, I might would go, hey, can I, get this? Because I knew that I didn't think she told me that my money was maybe in savings or something like that. And I think she kept around $1,000 in our account, something like that. But I mean, I didn't think I had no idea we had a money problem whatsoever. None.
Just as long as is it fair to say just as long as you were able to do the things that you did, you never questioned it? Or
I thought she made plenty of money working at the shops. It never gave me a reason to question anything.
well, and then you talked about early on. I mean, you work here at the sheriff's office. We don't make a whole bunch of money, and I mean, $45,000, is, middle to lower middle income, and I mean. I know I couldn't run my household off of 45 grand.
I'm assuming she made more than that. I really do. I mean, I thought she just did very well with that business. I had no reason to question it whatsoever. None.
What do you know about James Hayes?
Who?
James Hayes,
Is that old dude that
the guy who lives at the shop.
helps them move equipment and shit?
How long's he been in the picture?
Months. I mean, months. She said she helps him move. He helps move stuff at the shop. And
He just kind of showed up one day, or what?
She met him. He was working for that Brandon guy, and he just did work for them, just odd and end jobs. And I guess she got him to help at the shop.
And then kind of, he's got what, a little pallet, or he sleeps somewhere over in the
From what I
car or
understand,
something like
he
that?
stays right there at the shop. Yeah.
Would you ever go to the business over there? Or did you ever see him over there?
Yeah, I had my my lawnmower and shits over there, stuff like that. And I remember there were some pool table stuff in the garage I took to the shop, and just anything I wanted to get out of the way of the garage, I took to the shop, just to get it out of my way at the house. And then I would just, put it there, and I've seen him there before.
Did y'all pay him or anything like that?
I'm sure Ash did. I'm sure she paid him to do whatever.
What of that? Did he build a deck?
Yeah.
For you?
Yeah, he built our deck.
Okay. How much was that? Do you recall?
I don't know. Ash took care of all that.
Okay. What do you think a deck like that would cost?
I don't know. I don't know. He did a good job though.
He did?
Damn good job.
He did.
And he all by himself. So
it took him 9 days. That's pretty damn
I
good.
don't know how many days it took him. But it's not. He did a good job.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you this just to have a ballpark. I mean, it was $7,000 in materials.
For the deck?
And he said that he was paid by y'all $4,000 to build it. So $11,000 in a deck. I mean, that's a big old deck, man. And it's raised. I mean, wood's expensive.
No, yeah, I had not. Wow.
I guess that's the reason why I'm telling you a few of these things is just, I don't know, maybe you were just oblivious
I just didn't have no reason to question or even, she kept me in the dark, man. I had no idea.
Were you ever late on any of your vehicle payments?
I on my Credit Karma app, it shows one of them late, and I asked her about it, and she said no, it was a mistake, that she'll call and take care of it. And
that was
it. Huh?
And then that was that.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see, man.
She took care of all financing, man. Paid for everything, every bit of it.
Any trips? Paid for that? You'd say she paid for that too.
And most of the time we went anywhere together, I mean, she used her card. I never used mine unless she just left her purse in the car or something like that.
I guess too, when I was going back to being oblivious, like if you wanted something, or if you were going to make a purchase over, whatever standard grocery, $200-300 at Walmart for groceries or an outfit or something. But I mean, you never inquired about, hey, do we have the money to pay for this?
The only thing I would ever ask her is, hey, is this going to put us in a bind? Can I get this? Or is this going to put us in a bind or whatever? She's like, no, it's fine.
Because you're trying to buy a truck.
Right. I was, but evidently the financing.
And that truck was what, 70,000 or 60 something?
60 grand.
60 grand. Were you going to trade your truck in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But the payments, from what I understand, were going to go down. So that's the only reason I was going to. My truck had some problems in the past, and I was worried about. It's a Ford. I was worried about it having some problems. So I was like, shit, man, maybe I can. And the financing, from what I understand, it was going to be the same payment. So I thought, why not? Or the payment was going to be less, is what they said, what she told me.
No, and along those lines, do you have any child support or anything like that? How many children do you pay child support for? One. And are you current on all of that?
I am now.
Okay. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, the other day, I guess it's several times their computers is absolutely ridiculous. The child support people. So evidently the other day they showed me behind or whatever, and then they were going to do a I don't know what do you call purge or whatever. So she went down and called it up for me.
Now, when would that have been?
It was several weeks ago or so.
Okay.
Maybe a month.
Do you know how much money you owed?
They said I owed $1,200, but we had just paid. That's all. The child support places, it's always difficult.
What is your monthly child support?
$250.
It's $250 even every month.
$250, yeah.
And who would pay that?
Ash.
By check? By
sometimes by check or sometimes by, the last few times was by card.
And you just assume that monthly from the time y'all been together, however long you've been paying
Yeah.
child support, it's just done?
Yeah.
Would you ever intercept any mail if something came in that said,
Yeah, I would get something
your
every now and
arrears
then,
or
and I'd
anything
go
like
down
that?
there and they're like, hey, your child support, hasn't been paid. So we'd go down there, either I'd go down there or she'd go with me and be like, it was paid, and we would just redo the, written agreement, and that was it.
Do you have any property I know you talked about the trailer. Do you have any other property there on, at the farm on Brett Road?
Just that trailer. That's it that I know of.
Just the trailer?
Yeah.
And,
It's an old piece of shit trailer.
and you said you had been out there in the past or whatever,
Mhm.
and they were using that as, or the plan was to be a wedding venue
Right,
or
yeah,
something of
yeah.
that nature?
Yep.
Or whatever?
Yep.
Okay. And, I want to say by talking to some of the family or whatever, they said that, I guess at one point prior to the wedding, you had a hammock or something of that nature that was out there by the gazebo, by the water or whatever.
That's probably Savannah's. Probably her little, the little.
Is it the kind that you tie up in between two things or something?
Yeah, that was probably Savannah's.
Okay.
Do you remember what it looked like?
Is it an Eno? I think it's what they're
I don't
called.
know.
think
I don't
that's
know.
what it's
I don't know.
called.
They're expensive, ain't they?
Yeah, I mean, it was Savannah's. That's all I know. I know she's got one, anyways.
Who bought that? She did or you did or?
I don't know if her granny got it for Christmas or I don't know. I have no idea. No clue.
And that was just something that stayed out there whenever she come, when Savannah come out there, she'd use it or something of that nature.
I didn't know it was out there. I don't know. Savannah, she's a cool kid. I mean, she would, I could see her doing that. I could see Savannah putting it out there.
Whoa. Did the hammock at one time, when Savannah was with you or at your house or whatever, did she keep the hammock over there at your house?
Yeah, it's been our house.
Okay. But at some
I'm
point,
sure.
obviously, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Why has Savannah not lived with y'all for the past 3
Just
months?
just over me and Ashley's arguing over her situation or whatever. But
And she's lived with Ashley's
granny.
mama,
mhm.
and that's in Gulf Breeze.
Yeah.
Does she go to school?
She's homeschooled.
Homeschool? What is she, 16, 15?
16,
16.
17.
Okay. All right.
And I claim her. I mean, she ain't really got a dad, so I claim her. I mean, I love the kid. So
All right. Trying to think, man, because I've, as you know, we inherited this case from the city, so everything that's gone on over the last 6 weeks has been thrown into my head in about 3 or 4 days, and like a scatter cat. What do you think happened to Taylor?
I couldn't tell you, Jason. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, nobody deserves to ever get anything happen to them like that whatsoever. I don't know, buddy. I don't know what happened to her.
And, I'm asking you, as this investigation continues, whether it's text, phone records, computers, financials, is there going to be anything that hems you up or
No,
ties you up to
absolutely
that?
nothing. Nothing. None. I'm not that guy, man. And you, Jason, goddamn, you know me.
But if you're in my shoes, this has to be done.
I'm right.
It has to be
I'm
done.
right. Y'all, I mean, I'm not that guy. I never have been. I'm never gonna be. I mean, there's applications on my table at home, and I've been going to interviews trying to get back in law enforcement. I'm not that guy. Never gonna be. I never have been. I'm a good person, man. I don't hang out with dirtbags whatsoever.
Well, and not just being involved in the actual murder, but as far as, you know,
Help-
afterwards.
helping conceal.
If
or
if any person in this world was like, "Hey Zach, come help me do something," I would run from that motherfucker as fast as I could. I don't want hell no, no, no. I don't break the law. I don't.
I mean, just, hell, it's all over the news.
Yeah,
You've read it.
yeah. I've read
Right.
it, read it, and
And I mean,
trying to swallow it and figure it out. I mean, it's like it's terrible. It sucks.
but you've read it, so you know at least some of the details. And
All I know is what I've read
Let her
on.
finish your question.
and just based upon that and your knowledge of the job that we do and the job that you used to do, what's your thought?
feelings aside,
Just logically. We didn't just fucking show up at Britt Road.
I can't see her doing something like that. I mean, she's super intelligent. You know, she's got a criminal. I mean,
master's degree.
yeah, or is it master's or I don't know, one of the two. And that's just sloppy. I mean, that's sloppy shit. That's sloppy. I can't see her doing that. It's super sloppy.
Back up one quick thing, and you probably already told me, but I forgot. Do you recall the exact time frame that you were ever out there? When was the last time you believe you were at the property on Britt Road?
When I met that guy to swap our machines, that was it. That was it.
When you met that guy to swap them, was Kyle already still living out there, or was Kyle living there?
Yeah, maybe he was there.
Because I'll give you a time frame. According to Kyle, come here to go to school.
Yeah,
School started
right.
middle August, so
Yeah, that
we're
was-
talking
it was
2
yeah,
months or
yeah.
so.
Yeah, so yeah,
Okay, all right. Well, when you were out there, then where was the 4-wheeler being housed?
parked in the back of the barn
Outside or inside?
outside.
Okay. Did you ever, at any time you were out there, did you ever notice any type of concrete, quickcrete, anything of that nature?
Mm-mm, none, zero.
Okay.
No.
I know you're doing some home improvements and stuff. Does Ashley help you with that?
I mean, we haven't done nothing with that, and that's been like that for a while.
What all have you been doing down? It's what,
I had
just in the bottom floor?
Yeah, we got screwed over by a contractor, and it's been a nightmare ever since. Yeah, the bottom floor basement down there.
Okay. Now I noticed some mortar or something.
Yeah. That was my buddy Ray did that over a year ago, and it's extra stuff that's been there, and because I know we're going to retile it or whatever, or have it done. It was just no reason to throw it out.
Okay. So Ray was doing it. Did Ashley ever help you do tile work or anything like that?
She helped me put the tile in the house. Yeah.
Okay.
And upstairs. But that's been years ago. But that down there has been a disaster for a while.
Did the camera work in your house?
No, I tried to hook it up over a year ago, and I got it to work in the beginning, and then it's difficult. So that they should be able to see on there when the last time I haven't used it in quite a while.
And what kind of relationship did Kyle and Ashley have?
I mean, they were good. I mean, they were good family cousins. I got cousins, I guess. I don't think it was cousins. And they would talk from time to time. Yeah, he come over a couple times. He come over and watch the first Alabama game with us. But yeah, just
How many phones do you have?
one.
How many phones did Ashley have?
One.
What phone was she using when the first one got taken?
She after she dropped her iPhone.
Well, in
To
the city,
PPD? Yeah, she used Miss Kay's phone that worked with her. And
at work from her business.
yeah.
Is that an older lady or?
Yeah, older lady that would go around and help her collect.
You know, what was that phone number? You know?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
So she borrowed Miss Kay's phone.
Miss Kay's phone.
And then what?
And then she got a phone off Craigslist. The second phone she got to him, I think the day she got arrested. She bought a phone off Craigslist.
Now, what did the first phone look like?
I think it was iPhone 6, the big one.
You remember what color it was?
No, she'd had different cases on it before. I don't remember exactly what color it was.
And then the second one, do you remember what color that was?
I think it was white. I think.
You talking about K's or the Craigslist?
Oh, K's. I don't know what color K. I don't know what color K's was, but I know that the small one, I think it was white, the one she got off Craigslist. It was just a little bitty iPhone.
Do you know the passcode to any of those phones?
No. I think, if I ain't mistaken, she just used her fingerprint.
At any time, did you ever see her with more than one cell phone?
No. Never.
As far as, and I know we're skipping around, and I apologize, I'm not in order.
Y'all trying to do any job trying to figure this shit out.
Let's go back to the 9th, which is the day after Jimmy's wedding.
Mhm.
All right. Did y'all go to Jimmy's wedding?
Yeah.
Together?
Yeah.
Okay. And what time would you say you got there?
I don't know, maybe we were waiting on Milstead, so we stopped and got a snack at the place in Robertsdale. We stopped and got a snack there. We were waiting on Milstead because he was running behind. So it was, I don't know, maybe.
Were y'all all going to ride together or follow?
No, we were just trying to meet there about the same time, just to walk in together. I hate walking in anywhere by myself. And we were trying, Milstead was like, wait on us, whatever. And so, I don't know, just maybe 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes before it started.
But you and Ashley, y'all rode together?
Yeah, we rode together.
What were y'all
in? My Jeep.
The white Jeep?
The white Jeep.
Okay. All right. And then it is my understanding that at some point she left.
Yeah.
About how long after y'all were there?
Oh, man, I don't remember. It was before we ate or I don't remember.
Well, I mean,
but she left.
I mean, hour in from when y'all got there, she was gone. Couple hours. I mean,
I don't think it was a couple hours. Man, I don't know. I'll have to get with some of them now. I don't remember, Jason. I don't remember. It wasn't. We were there for a little bit, and then she said she had a one of her the jukebox was down at one of her locations. I remember, and I was like, I was disappointed. I didn't want her to have to go, and then she left, and I rode home in Milstead.
When she said something like that or whatever, you just take that at face value to be true.
Yeah,
and
that's not uncommon for her to have to go fix a machine or see what's wrong with it, or if the Wi-Fi's out or whatever, however that shit works.
And did y'all correspond at all after
I'm sure
that night or whatever?
Yeah, I'm sure.
What time did you get home? Milstead dropped you off at
Yeah,
home?
whenever Milstead dropped me off.
On Raintree?
Yep.
You got an idea about what time? Midnight? I mean, 10, 11?
I don't think it was that late.
When you got home, was she home?
No.
Okay. Where did she tell you she had been?
I think she was at the pool hall. She was always up there. She would go up there all the time.
Why?
Just to hang out with her girlfriends. That's what she told me.
Do you know what she did that day before the wedding?
I remember asking her if she wanted to do lunch, and she said she was just tied up with work. She couldn't meet me, so I'm just assuming she was working.
Do you know if she was with anybody?
I don't know if that's when she was helping Taylor move. All that was right around the time she was helping Taylor move. So I don't know if she was with her or what. I don't know, but I know that I asked her to meet me for lunch, and no, she wouldn't have been with Taylor then.
Oh, I know, brother. You're doing the best you can.
Because if I known she was with Taylor, I wouldn't have asked her to come eat lunch with me. So,
Okay.
but she just told me she was working, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Once Taylor disappeared, because there was a little discrepancy there. Last time she was seen, an actual report being made. What was at any time did you talk with Ashley, or what were her thoughts on any of that stuff?
I'd ask her every now and then, I'm like, has anybody ever said anything, any word on Taylor or anything like that? And she's like, nobody's heard nothing yet. I mean, I'm like wondered, I wonder what but nobody ever said anything.
I mean, would she just kind of blow it off, or just like, oh well?
No, nothing like that. She's like, ain't nobody. I said, you talk to the city? Have they you talk to them anymore? They said, she's like, no, nobody said anything else. The Taylor was strange, man. I'm telling you, something was. I didn't feel. I just had that, that feeling we get, and she would just disappear, and so I didn't know what to think. I mean, I figured out she had a drug problem, and I was thinking that for a while.
Now, would Ashley ever go to any pawn shops or anything of that nature? Would she buy things from pawn shops at all?
No, I mean, I did. I mean, I did. I mean, shit, me and Hoyland would wear them out. You know what I mean?
Did she did she ever mention that Taylor had any firearms of anything of that nature? Did you know if Taylor
Yeah,
had
Taylor
firearms?
always had a couple guns with her.
You remember what kind?
Glocks. Taylor always had a couple Glocks.
380s, 9s, 40s.
Taylor had a Glock. I think it was the 45, and I thought, damn, that's a big gun for her. I think she had a 45. She had another. I don't know what the other one was. I don't remember. I know she had 2 Glocks. She always had guns with her.
Would she have ever given any firearms or any property to y'all or Ashley or even to Holt?
Not that I know of, Jason. No.
Did y'all have a safety deposit box?
I've never had one ever. If Ash had one, it's not beyond anything I know. I don't even go to the bank.
All right. Give us just a second. Let me make sure I'm not leaving out nothing.
Sure, you want us to walk out?
No, you can stay right here,
Okay.
but I do whenever, when we do wrap up, if in private or away from here or outside, you want to discuss the phone situation with him, that's
Okay.
fine, or however you want
Sure.
to do that.
Okay.
So give us, y'all need some water or
Well,
anything?
while we're in here right now, no, I don't need any. Thank you.
Mhm.
Do you need any?
You got bottled water in
Oh, look, I know we got the, got all those machines, that shoot the water in the cup, or whatever, but I look, somebody probably got some.
While we're in here now talking about the phone, is it still being recorded though?
Mhm.
Okay. So we'll wait and talk about the phone. once we leave.
If you want, you all can go. We have a conference room right here that
Okay.
does not have recording.
Okay.
If you want to go
Why
over
don't we
there,
just
while
go
we-
there?
Okay.
Okay.
And then if y'all get done before us, just swing back in here, or we'll come get you when we come back in here. All right. Right here is the conference room there.
y'all still processing the Jeep? Or?
We gotta figure out what all, there's one issue that we're waiting to hear on with the Jeep. So as soon as I know, we'll go from there.
And then there was a video cam, I guess, yesterday that was taken and
That I use for work.
for later search
Yeah, I do
warrant.
work.
Okay, yeah, as soon as we can get all the search warrants on everything, as I can release things, I'll start releasing it. There's just a lot of stuff going on right now.
Yeah, he needs, that he needs for his work as much as anything else.
Okay.
Can have it done today. I'm not,
Can't?
no, can.
Oh.
You gotta understand, I'm way behind the curve on electronics. My kids blow me out of the water.
Sure. You
You
can.
know, he says it's depending on how much data is on there, minimum 30 minutes. I said, well, give me a time frame. So he went with safely around 2 hours, maybe 3 at the most, but he said it could be done in 30 minutes. So worst case scenario, if you started on it now, you'd have it back no later than 5, could be way before that.
I think he was gonna come back by here.
Yeah, I'll come back and get it.
And even the other thing we were talking to Megan about was just getting his stuff back.
Well,
He's being cooperative.
Yeah,
He's on the phone. If you guys could just do what you could to.
And my
Rush that.
laptop, like my resume's on that, you know, and I've been,
Was that in your truck?
my laptop,
Mm-hmm.
it was at home.
All right, I'll get with the
Get his
city.
camcorder.
Because you gotta understand, we have very little, city has everything. But it's our case now, so it's, I mean, it's not a problem getting that back. Did you ask anything else?
No, we were just talking, they were asking me all that stuff. So.
Quick question, Zach. And I know in the world we live in, with phones and shit, most people are logged under a name. Does this phone number right here, 918 prefix, not long distance, I assume it's Florida, 5071. Does that ring a bell at all?
No.
All right.
No.
All right. Going back to the night that you went to Jimmy's wedding and she left, and you said when you got home that night, she was not at home.
Yeah. She went home.
Do you ever recall when she came home, or did she come home that night?
It was probably late, man. I probably fell asleep.
Or when you woke up in the morning, was she there?
I mean, she always would, she would just, I think she just got home late. I mean, I think I was asleep when she got home, so.
Well, Sunday morning when you woke up, or whenever
You
you
mean
woke
that
up.
Saturday?
Well, Saturday was the wedding.
Oh, so, okay.
Saturday was the wedding, the 9th.
Yeah.
Okay. And she leaves. You get taken home by Millstone.
If I remember right, she just got home late, and then we slept. If I remember right, we probably slept in on Sunday.
So you're not 100%, but you think she was there?
I'm sure she came home late.
Do you recall what y'all did Sunday, or what you did or she did?
Sunday. I don't, buddy.
Okay. All right.
I mean, usually our usual routine was maybe would get sleep in, go get lunch, you know, which is a normal routine.
Well, maybe to help with your time frame a little bit that weekend. You went to New Orleans.
Mhm.
Did you leave Sunday?
Yeah. Was that when it was the?
Because you had an interview on the 11th.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Then yeah.
So the Sunday
because
would have been the
Monday.
10th.
Yeah, I had to be there. Wait a minute. Did I get? I'm trying to think if I just left early that morning. I left early. I think I don't. I think I left real early that morning. That Monday morning, I did.
What time was your interview? Or your
It was a test. It was a test.
Was it at NOPD?
It was, and one of their outlying had something to do with mosquito. It was in the city, right in it was in the city.
Was it outside,
by
like
the river?
outside of New Orleans City?
No.
It was there in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
And
was
what
right
time
off-
was
it was
the
just
test?
north of the interstate. Maybe 9 o'clock, something like that. I don't remember exactly. I mean,
Did she go with you?
No.
Did you take somebody else with you?
went by myself.
Okay. When did you return? Or did you spend the night?
I think I spent one night. I spent Monday night because we'd already paid for the hotel. And
You
then
say we.
Ash always got me a hotel if I needed one. If I was out of town trying to get a job or going to these tests or whatever. I stayed that one night. Yeah. And I remember eating at Mother's. And then I got a call. I don't remember what time. It was that afternoon that I failed that part of the test because of goddamn math on it. Like, why do you put algebra on a fucking police test? You know what I mean? Like, I don't remember fucking algebra. You know? I mean, what the fuck is point? I mean, shit, like I ain't never seen on that motherfucker. And it's another fucking language. And I was like, my God, I think I only missed about one point or something, but fuck. I don't remember no math, you know? Man, I do good police work. I don't fuck with math. I mean, do y'all remember fucking algebra? I mean,
Man, with my son
you know what I
and
mean?
daughter, when they were probably in
It's shit
fifth
like
grade,
I see now, or
and they'd say,
Savannah
I need
brings
help, I'd
home,
say,
and I'm
take
like,
that to your mama.
right? I don't know how to do that shit. But why do you need math in fucking police work? I don't. You know? Yeah. So I failed that test, and then I remember staying. I love New Orleans, absolutely fucking love it, and so I stayed that night. I ate at Mother's. I walked down Bourbon Street. There was a bunch of construction going on. And I had one hand grenade. And went back to the hotel. Got me some of them fucking cookies they give you at the desk. I remember that. Because Ash likes to cook. She's like, give me some cookies. So I got some extra cookies. I remember the lady saying, I'm like, hey, the lady said, I said, can I get a couple extra cookies? My wife really likes them. She's like, okay. You know, like assuming my fat ass is going to eat all of them. You know, I remember that. And I remember telling Ash that. But got her some cookies and I went upstairs and I didn't stay out real late. And then I came home the next day.
Morning time. So that'd been Tuesday.
Yeah.
Morning, afternoon, early afternoon when you come home.
I probably slept till 9 or 10 and then got up and headed back towards the house.
And when did you go back to Raintree?
Yeah.
Was anybody home when you got there?
Ash was probably at work. I don't really remember.
Well, that brings up another good point. I mean, is it fair to say, or does she have a set schedule? You know, like some people work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 or 9 to 5.
Yeah, she would usually work. She would usually get up at 9 or so, then mosey on to work, you know, because she kind of made up her own schedule.
Did somebody open the business for her or something?
No, she never went to the office hardly ever. They didn't go to the office. She would just meet Miss K wherever, and they go do their collection or fix machines or whatever they do all the time throughout the week. And
what's Kay's last name? Do you know?
Selman.
Selman?
I think it's Selman.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you say she's a little bit older?
Mm-hmm.
My age?
Older than you, buddy.
I'm older than you are.
I know that.
All right. Is she pretty tight with Kay?
I wouldn't say that. Kay, she's a fucking talker, man. She just sits there and she just rambles on about shit.
So it's fair to say then that she really didn't have to go to the office. I mean, she kind of has free reign to kind of go do whatever she needs to do.
She would meet Miss Kay off and on, or help, or Kay would go collect some stuff here, and Ash would go to another location. From what I understand, that's how they work. Sometimes they would go together, sometimes they wouldn't, depending on what machine needed what.
I mean, since Ashley's running the business, proceeds or income that were coming into the business from whatever you had, or whatever, the family or whoever had out there, the proceeds, I mean, were her mom and dad still getting a cut?
From what I understand, Ash, I thought it was Ash's, you know? I thought everything, I think her dad would ask for some cash every now and then or whatever, and he's kind of lost it, you know? He's got dementia, or I don't know whatever he's got, but every now and then she'd give him some cash if he needed it or whatever. But it was, from what I understand, it was Ash's. Everything was Ash's. I never questioned. I thought she did very well with that business. Her dad used to do very well with it, so I had no reason to question any of that.
Does Ashley get paid from a trust fund also?
I don't know.
I bet there's a lot of questions you wish you would have asked now.
Oh my God, dude. Y'all have no idea.
So, all right, I can't think of nothing else. If we want to go out and get that phone, let me get a form real quick.
Okay.
And then, I mean, we'll give it, as soon as it's done, you tell me how, or well, you just gonna come back up here so we can give it back to you. Okay. All right. Let me grab the form
Yeah, as soon as
real
y'all
quick.
can. I need my laptop for work and just trying to get other jobs.
What kind of laptop?
Yeah, we have to call
It's
it.
my
Okay, just like-
my HP laptop.
HP.
Black, silver, what?
It's a fucking Star Wars laptop. Okay.
Let me grab this form real quick.
Were they on the keychain or was it
Probably
just
laying
in the truck?
Just laying in the truck.
Okay. We should be able to get that back to you. In all honesty, I mean, the truck should be done. Maybe tomorrow.
I've got to split because I got a judge freaking out.
Yeah, man.
So we're no more questions. You're going to sign that. You're going to give him the phone. And we're good to go.
You swear to affirm, she swear you in?
No, I haven't done it yet.
Okay.
Do you swear everything you told us was the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Absolutely.
the truth? Okay. Do you want to walk him out?
Yeah.
And I'll
Okay, cool.
work on this.
All right, we'll talk about it.
All right,
All right, thanks.
And that's that on Zach. Yes, that was his attorney, very quiet in the background. I'm trying to whisper because fuck this entire microphone. So tomorrow we're gonna start the trial. Yeah, this is an interesting one. Trial is interesting as well, so. They just wanted to see what he knew because some of the stuff that Ashley said didn't line up with what he was told, what they were told. What did you think you were right about? He had nothing to do with it at all. No, he didn't know shit about any of it. Jay Hughes, probably around 11. I have to do food shopping, so I'm probably going to go out around 11, and I'll put it on right before I go. No, he's not involved. No, he is not. But keep in mind, she has a boyfriend. She has lots of boyfriends, actually. But she said the only one she was seeing was Brandon. And it's true. Zach did not know about the boyfriends. Oh. Good night, Nomi. Good night, good night. Yes, Brandon. Yep. I'm gonna go take some Silva for my throat. Oh no, he didn't help. Nope, fizzle. Nope. Not as far as I recall, he did not help. So, Florida beaches are your favorite? Oh, yeah, we were having a conversation about my one-eyed dad. Yeah. Yep. Good, Jay. See you tomorrow, Miss Stevens. Yeah, since we have 2 rooms running, there are some people over in the other room and we were talking about my dad. Yes, I do actually. Because I know now that whatever my daughter has, I have, which is great. It's wonderful. And my nose is getting stuffy. So, good night, Ange. Are you a doctor, Cordy? Can you remove tonsils? Nope. She was tested for strep. They said it's probably viral tonsillitis. Yeah, whatever. I've been so sick. Oh no. I slept until 9 today. I was very sleepy. I just took some antibiotics, so hopefully it'll kick in. Good night, Justice. You're a doctor now.
Dear surgeon, life without tonsils is fantastic. Why? Oh, it's going around? See, I didn't know that. The doctor my daughter saw was clueless. What, in my dreams, pretty? Yeah, I'm gonna do that and then I'm gonna use some silver. Good night, Kim, honey. I'm up way past my bedtime. I don't know, I'm old. I gotta go to bed early. All right, I love you guys so much. I'm not gonna take any Benadryl. Thanks, though. Good night, guys.